Hello, everybody. Hi. We are moving on with the percentages chapter, and we are now talking about a few better set of questions. A little bit, we'll be continuing with a little bit of the equation based concept that we've already talked about, and still we'll be moving forward to a new set of questions. In this particular equation based concept that we are talking about here, if you would see, the new value is based on the old value, and the old value is expressed in terms of x. The old value is expressed in terms of x. And what is that x? I'll tell you how this works out. Let's assume that you had 10 chocolates with you. Okay. 10 chocolates. Uh, 10, I'm just trying writing choco. 10 choco with you, 10 chocolates with you, and you reached school, and a friend of yours had his birthday or her birthday, and he or she gave you two more chocolates. And instead of coming and telling your mother directly that you have 12 chocolates with you, you instead tell her that, mom, I have 20% more chocolates than I had when I started off in the morning. So she, again, being a good mathematics student as well as a good, maybe a better mathematics teacher and a student than you, she just simply nods her head and says, okay, so you have 12 chocolates now. And you, out of amazement, say, oh, you know maths? So she says, it's an everyday thing. Okay. So always remember, street mathematics is much better than regular mathematics. And most of the concepts which are asked in these examination are from street mathematics only. So the new value of chocolates that you have would be equal to 100 plus minus x percent. The x percent is the same percentage that you were talking about when you told your mother that I have 20% more chocolates. So the value of x over here is 20. Okay. And multiplied by the old value, or the existing value. Okay. So I made myself clear. To reach the new value, you have to multiply the old value with another set, of equation, and the equation comes from the mathematical thing, the x that we're talking about, the variable x that we're talking about. So the variable x will have different values for different questions. This particular scenario which I was talking about you having chocolates, this is only 20%. You might get 100, 200, or whatever. So need not worry about it. Just try to remember the formula. And if you can't remember the formula as much and you're not a formula based person, then you can directly come to the conclusions. Because trust me, no matter how much theory you know, you would be assessed only on the basis of your practical knowledge, only on the basis of the answer that you have corrected, that you've put a tick mark on. If it is correct, you're going to get good marks. If it's not correct, you're going to get zero, as well as a negative, which will pull down your score and your rank. Moving on to the question right away. There is a number P and it is 15% more than 150. If another number K is 15% less than P, then what is the value of K? Okay. There are, there's only like, there are two numbers that we're talking about, P and K. Some operation needs to be done on P, some operation needs to be done on 150, and the final output is K, which we need to focus on. So just look at me, how I am taking this forward. The question says the number P is 15% more than 150. So you start off with 150. And as I have already told you, that in this particular slide, if you see very with a lot of focus, if you see, I've written that the new value is based on the old value and a component of x is involved, which needs to be added or subtracted from 100, which would take us to the value. Firstly, I will give you the proper long form of where we are going. So to reach the value of P, you need to manipulate 150. Okay. You need to manipulate 150 to reach the value of P, and 150 needs to be manipulated in what direction? In the direction of X, and the direction of X is 15%. How much? 15%. So 100 plus 15 and percentage sign over here. As I've already told you in the previous video, to remove the percentage sign from the numerator, you have to divide the entire equation by 100. Okay, so this comes down to 150 multiplied by 115 divided by 100. Okay, I would recommend you to not apply any brains over here right now to directly cut off 100 with 150. I would want you to remain with the question. I know it might sound a little like fuzzy. Why am I even stopping you from solving it off? The only reason I'm stopping you is that there is no point in going ahead right now because there is one more calculation that we need to do. And the same calculation would be dependent on 100. So the bigger the numbers that we have here, the better it would be for us to calculate that. Okay. This is the long form. In the short form, I'm going to help you much better than this. Just see it once. We have the value of P with us now. Okay. This is the value of P, 150 multiplied by 115 whole divided by 100. Then I'm moving towards K. It says K is 15% less than P. Okay. So I'm going to put the value P. P here becomes the old. K here becomes the new. And 15% less. 100 minus 15%. I hope you're able to understand till now. Okay, the class goes on like this, that a person who doesn't like maths, a person who doesn't know maths is able to understand where I'm heading. And also in a parallel way, the class also goes on in this direction, that somebody who's well equipped with maths is able to identify if I am correct, is able to identify if he himself is correct. Okay, because here I don't teach, I put down my thinking on the paper. And you also don't study, you try to analyze. Remember this, you are not here to study, you're here to analyze the questions in turn, which helps you in studying, but analysis is more important. So the analysis over here is P is multiplied by 100 minus 15. And why have I used a minus sign over here? Because it was less. And why have I used a plus sign over here? Because it was more. Okay, I hope you're able to relate with it. So it means P multiplied by 85%, 85%, or 150 multiplied by 115 whole divided by 100 multiplied by 85%. The 85% we would have 100 coming in the denominator because we removed the percentage sign. Okay, now we are free to calculate. Okay, I'll use the big tables. 517s are 85, 520 is 100, and 53s are, and 52s are, 54s are, and 523s are. Okay, I will try to, like, in the short form of this entire process, I will try to bring you to a point where you are able to instantly click 3 by 2, 23 by 4, and 17. Okay, now what we have to do is 23 multiplied by 17 multiplied by 3 whole divided by 8. Okay, now if you look at the question very, like, properly and with a lot of focus, you would see a very beautiful thing, that there are big numbers associated over here. 23 multiplied by 17 is in itself a little big, and again multiplied by 3. So what I would like you to do is that always multiply the big numbers first. By multiplying the bigger numbers, what you do is you reduce the baggage, you reduce the overhead when you multiply the bigger numbers first. Because in the beginning, you are with a lot of motivation, and towards the end, you're not really sure if you will be able to solve the question or not. So it's better to get away and get done away with the bigger problem, and then move to the smaller problem. And this does not apply to the entire examination. This only applies intra questions, inside the questions, not inter questions. It is not applicable outside the questions. Only inside, solve the tougher thing first, so that you're more relaxed. So 17 into 23, I'm gonna do it a little verbally. 17 threes are 51, 5 carried, 17 twos are 34, 391 multiplied by 3 whole divided by 8. Again, 391 multiplied by 3, 391 multiplied by 3, 3 ones are 3, 3 nines are 27, 2 carry, 3 threes are 9, 11. 11 by 8. Now, 11 by 8. 8 ones are 8. 8 ones are 8. 37, 8 fours are 32, 53, 8 six are 48, 6 carry, 8 sevens are 56, 8 fives are 40. Okay, 146.75% is the final answer. There's no percentage sign, it is just a number. So I'll be removing the percentage sign. People might get confused, so it'll be better if I remove the percentage sign. This is the final answer, and I hope all of you agree with me and all of you are with me. This. Moving on, Aditya. Aditya buys 300 mangoes, and the cost of those 300 mangoes is 1100 rupees. Some of the mangoes are rotten and are thrown away. He sells the remaining mangoes at 5 rupees each and makes a profit of 150 rupees. Find the percentage of mangoes thrown away. Okay, I have missed a small concept. In this particular question, I told you that there is a shorter way of how I can make you reach this point. Okay, I'll write the fast forward and the rapid way in this in this manner. Okay, so I can make you reach this equation in a jiffy. This equation instantly. I'll tell you how. The number P is 15% more than 150. So I will directly write that 150 needs to be multiplied by something which is 15% more. And to also to remove the percentage sign, I would have 100 in the denominator. So it is 115 divided by 100. And I know very clearly, and you should also learn, that 23 upon 20 is equal to 115 upon 100. Okay, 115 upon 100. 20 is the most is the most sorted and simple number, in which if I multiply 15%, I would get 3. So we're talking about 15% more. 23 is 15% more than 20. 23 is 15% more than 20, and this is the simplest form in which you can write it. 5. Okay. Also, something which is 15% less. So in 20, anything which is 15% less is 17. Okay. 3 less than 20. 3 less than 20 is 3 less than 20 is 17. Okay. So I can easily arrive at these calculations now. We have 40 here. We still have 4 by 3 over here. And we have 8 here. So we are directly sitting at the point 23 multiplied by 17 multiplied by 3 upon 8. Okay. I hope you can see what I am doing. Chalo. Moving on. Back to Aditya's problem. We have to find out the percentage of mangoes thrown away. I'll reiterate the question. Aditya buys 300 mangoes for 1100 rupees, 300 mangoes for 1100 rupees. And Aditya is definitely sitting there for some or the other profit. Some of these mangoes are rotten and are thrown away, and he sells the remaining at 5 rupees each, which in turn makes a profit of 150 rupees for him. Find the percentage of mangoes thrown. I would be applying a very beautiful technique, which is called the hide and seek technique. I would apply the hide and seek technique, in which I will hide one of the results. Okay? In which I will hide one of the results. There are 2 results which we have. The first result being mangoes being ripe, and the second result being the mangoes being rotten. Okay, I am considering that ripe and good mangoes like particularly ripe and good is being used interchangeably. So need not worry about that. So the hide and seek technique says either you consider all the mangoes to be ripe or you consider all the mangoes to be rotten. And in the end, when you find a fault in the calculation, The fault in the calculation would be because of you missing out on the ripe or on the rotten tomatoes. Not rotten tomatoes. Okay, it's a website. You would find the fault because of something that you missed. And that something that you missed would be because of you being negligent, deliberately negligent about a problem over here. Okay. I will try to show it to you first and then I will come back to tell you how the concept works. Aditya buys 300 mangoes for 1100 rupees. Some of these mangoes are rotten and are thrown away. He sells the remaining mangoes at 5 rupees each, making a profit of 150. Find the percentage of mangoes thrown away. Okay. The rotten mangoes would be thrown away. Ripe and rotten. Ripe and rotten. So I'm considering that there was no rotten mango. There are only ripe mangoes. If there are only ripe mangoes, so there are 300 ripe mangoes, and the 300 ripe mangoes are being sold at 5 rupees each. So the total money he is making is 1500 rupees in this transaction. 1500 rupees is the total amount of money being made in this transaction if he considers that there are no rotten mangoes. Now, had he, according to the question, he has, this is the money received and this is the money spent. He spent only 1100 rupees here. So when there's only 1100 rupees spent, his profit comes out to be 400 rupees. But according to the question, the profit is only 150 rupees. Can you see the fault? There is a stark difference between the profit he makes without considering rotten mangoes, and there is a difference between the profit he makes when there are rotten mangoes. So we are going to reverse engineer it. There is a difference between the two profits. This is the pseudo profit that we're talking about. This is the pseudo profit that we're talking about. Pseudo means fake. So the difference between the pseudo profit and the real profit is equal to 250 rupees. Okay. The pseudo and the real profit is, the difference between the pseudo and the real profit is 250 rupees. And this 250 rupees came out because there are rotten mangoes available. The price difference, the price difference between ripe and rotten mangoes is equal to what? So the ripe mangoes were sold by him for 5 rupees and the rotten mangoes were sold by him or thrown away by him for 0 rupees because he didn't get anything out of that. So this difference is 5 rupees. This gap between the price of rotten and the price of ripe is the reason that there is a difference in the profits, which came out to be 250 rupees. So for every 250 rupees that is being earned, that is due to a 5 rupee being present, which was a difference. So this comes out to be 50. Now you'd be asking me, what is the unit of this 50? Sir, the unit, sir and madam, respectively, and respectedly as well. If somebody's there, they in the comments they may write what is the difference between respectively and respectedly. 50. The difference between the reason 50 occurred and the reason 50 occurred is because of the fault in the calculation. And the unit of 50 here is number of mangoes. Now, which mangoes? In the beginning, it was assumed all are ripe. It was assumed that everybody, like all the mangoes are ripe. So in the end, I told you it's a game of hide and seek. In the beginning, we hid away all the rotten mangoes, and now they have resurfaced. They have reappeared. So the number of mangoes which are rotten. This has come up. So the question here is find the percentage of mangoes thrown away. And if I ask you, would you be throwing away the ripe mangoes, the ripen mangoes, or the rotten mangoes? So you would say we would only throw away the rotten mangoes. We would eat the ripe mangoes. Okay. So number of mangoes which are rotten is 15. We just need to find out the simple percentage. The total number of mangoes is 300. The ones which are rotten are 30 multiplied by 100, which would give me the answer 1 by 6 or 16 2 by 3 percentage. Clear? I hope like I've really tried to take you through a very alternative route to this problem. Once you get better at solving the hide and seek problem, trust me, there are at least 2 or 3 questions which can be solved by it. I'll just give you the analogy of another question of how you can solve this. There's a farm and there are people in it. People means like people with one head and 2 legs, and goats. Goat also has one head but 4 legs. So they're gonna give you a mix up. They're gonna say when we count the number of heads, which includes both men and goats, um, the number of heads comes out to be something. And when we count the number of legs, it comes out to be something. Then can you tell me what is the total number of men or total number of legs or total number of men out of this? So this way we have to assume that the goats are not present. And then when we multiply 2, which is the number of legs, with the number of heads, it comes out to be a smaller number. And the reason being because you'd never considered the goats were there. If I get a chance, I will definitely help you solve that question. So hide and seek question is something where you assume that the other case is not available. And when you find a fault, then you trace back your steps to the reality which you missed. Okay. So this probably ends our concept 1. And now we'll be moving to concept number 2. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everybody. Now we are moving to concept 2 of multiply, factor based, and compare between two numbers. So, what we are going to look at here is first of all, I recommend you guys to go back and watch the first 2 videos. They are pretty detailed and they are pretty intensive in terms of giving you intensive as well as extensive. Like in terms of depth, it has a lot of depth. In terms of width, it has a lot of width. It has a lot of bandwidth to cover, and you'll be able to understand these concepts better if you've seen those first 2 videos. Coming down to the concept 2, that if x percent of a is equal to y% of b, then a and b can be written as y and x, y by x. Okay, I'll just try to break it down for you. When I talk about x% of a, I can also write it as, to remove the percentage sign, x upon 100, and removing the off sign by multiplication of a, and is equal to y% of b as y divided by 100 multiplied by b. Okay, so the 100 gets cancelled by 100, and a is equal to y divided by b is equal to x. The values which are here are not what should I say, the values which are present, they are not the absolute values of a and b. They are the ratio values of a and b, or the rational values of a and b. I'll just try to explain it to you. Like 20% of a is equal to 30% of b. Now, if somebody asks me what is the exact value of a, what is the exact value of a or the absolute value of a, I will never be able to find it out. Why? Reason being, this is one equation and 2 variables. This is one single equation having 2 variables, so we will never be able to solve it in absolute terms. Secondly, if they still would like me to determine a relationship between A and B, what I would do is I would quickly remove the percentage sign and give them this, that A is equal to 3 upon 2 and upon B. Okay. So a relative value between A upon B is equal to, or A in terms of B is A is 3 by 2 times of B, or A is 1.5 times of B. Okay. So you understand what, if we get a chance to study time and work together, there's a very beautiful like a kind of question which comes up, that if 20 men or 20 men finish off a work in let's say 10 days, then 30 women will finish off the same work in 5 days. Then tell how many men and how many women get together and complete the work. In this sort of a story, I am simply gonna bring it down to the lowest possible value, 5 ones are 5 fours are, and then I'm gonna write 4 men is equal to 3 women. And then instead of taking one step forward in terms of saying men divided by women is equal to 3 upon 4, what I would actually do here is, just look at this. I would simply assume that what is not the coefficient of m, what is not the coefficient of m is the value of m, and what is not the coefficient of w is the value of w. So here 3 is not the coefficient of m, that is why the value of 3 is equal to m, and 4 is not the coefficient of w, that is why 4 is not the coefficient of w, that is why 4 is the value of w. This is how you skip a step and reach one step forward. Okay, skip a step and still move forward. So every time you see this percentage sign or something, simply assume that 1 is equal to y and x is equal to b and b is equal to x. Okay. The second statement here says that if a is x% more or less than b, then the value of a is to b would be this. If the value also, this being the standard chapter for percentages, we would assume the easiest quantity to be our friend. And the easiest quantity to be our friend would be 100. So we are assuming that b is equal to 100, and any operation which a is applying on itself to become bigger or smaller, any operation, I'll repeat, any operation which is a, which a, alphabet a, variable a is applying on itself would be in terms of b, which in turn would be in terms of 100. So x%, y%, whatever, it would be added or subtracted from 100 in order to create a difference, in order to create a gap between a and b. So this is the real game that you have to understand. This is not a tough thing. It might be a little difficult to understand because this is not in the question format. People are more used to seeing the question format and simply solving it. But you must know what theory goes behind. What theory goes behind each and every question. So this is how we move ahead. I'm taking you to the question directly. There are 2 questions of concept 2, and we would be like doing them off very quickly. If 80% of A is 13 more than 90% of B, and the ratio of 40% of A to 60% of B is 10:9, then what is the value of A minus B? Okay. First of all, let me take you to the most basic concept here. How many equations do we have? I'll tell you, and you also know. We have 2 equations of A and B. 2 variables A and B and 2 equations. The first equation being 80% of A is 13 more than 90% of B, and the second equation being 40% of A to 60% of B is 10:9. So it's asking us a very absolute number of what is A minus B. So we have to remove all the variables and give the absolute answer. So what I'll do is I will be solving both the questions, both the equations, and giving you the answer of what is A and what is B. And then we can proceed to finding out the absolute value of A minus B. So just look at me of how I go. I'll be putting different name tags to every equation. Okay. I'll be putting different name tags to every equation. So the first equation is called equation 1 and the second equation is called equation 2. And this is how I'll be telling you which equation to solve first so that you get to the solution faster. Okay. It says 80% of A, 80% of A is equal to 13 more than 90% of B. Okay. I am not using the off sign over here because off would ultimately change even into multiplication, and even not writing the multiplication sign just the things being straightforward without any multiplication sign is also assumed that they are being multiplied. Okay, so this is the first equation, and the second equation for us would be 40% of a 2. 2 means upon, or the value of a colon. The value of a colon is a ratio. So 40% of A to 60% of B is equal to 10 by 9. Okay, so my question to you is, which equation would you solve first in order to reach the solution faster? I'll tell you what. Here, if we start solving equation 1 first, we won't be reaching a very solid solution, because the percentage sign, once the percentage sign needs to be removed, it would be taking me to upon 100. And the thing which is in the denominator upon 100 for A and upon 100 for B, this would create a problem and inflate the value of 13 to 1300. So I do not wish to get into those calculations first. I would rather create a very strong bond between A and B by determining the relationship between A and B. Do you understand? It is better to determine the relationship between A and B first, and then plugging the values into the first equation and getting your solution out. Okay, I'll just show it to you how I do. 40% of A, I'm writing it as 40 into A. The percentage sign can get cancelled. Okay, how I'm cancelling out the percentage sign? The percentage sign would produce an upon 100 over here, and this percentage sign would produce an upon 100 over here, and it would automatically get cancelled out. So why do I not directly cancel out the percentage sign? Right? So 40 upon A, 60 upon B is equal to 10 upon 9. Cancelling out the 0, cancelling out the 2 and 3, cancelling out the 3, cancelling out the 2 again. I get the value, I get the relationship between A by B is to 5 by 3. To plug in the same value in this equation, we would not be able to reach a concrete solution, because if I write A is equal to 5 directly here, I would not be able to solve it. Why? Because I still need one variable to find out the value of A and B. Here, the value of A and B is relative. So what I'll do is I'll multiply X both sides, like in the numerator as well as the denominator. It doesn't really make a difference over here. But once you plug in the values back into the first equation, you'll see a clearer solution out. So if A is equal to 5x, so I'm gonna change the 80% to 80 by 100, and then putting it down to the most basic format, that is 4 by 5 of A. And again, I'm gonna cancel out A and put 5x over here. Plus, this is equal to 13 plus 90% of B. I'm going to change the 90% of B to 9 by 10 multiplied by B, which is equal to 3x. If here I'm able to find out the value of x, then I will be able to achieve the absolute values of A and B. Okay. So 4 by 5 of x, this 5 gets cancelled. 9 by 10 of this nothing gets cancelled. I'm here sitting at 4x is equal to 13 plus 27 by 10x. I'm going to move it over here. 40x, 40, and this is 13x by 10 is equal to 13. Okay. If I'm solving something a lot quicker than you think, then trust me, I have done it right away. I haven't done the questions beforehand. Okay. So 13 gets cancelled by 13, and the value of x is equal to 10. If the value of A is 5x and the value of B is 3x, then the value of A is equal to 50 because the value of x is 10, and the value of B is 30 because the value of x is 10. 50 minus 30 is the question. What is the value of A minus B? And the answer is 20. Okay. This is one benefit of not having options there, because you tend to jump onto the options before solving the questions completely. Coming to the next example. Okay. This is a decent question. If also, in the end, I'll just read out the question for you first. If 30% of A's income is equal to 40% of Suresh's income, like Ravi's income and Suresh's income, a ratio is given. Then what is 50% of Ravi's income in terms of Suresh's income in terms of percentages? Okay, I'll just quickly write it down. What I'm trying to talk about over here is 30% of Ravi. I'm going to denote Ravi with R is equal to 40% of Suresh's income. Then 50% of Ravi's income is equal to what percentage of Suresh's income? Then I'm gonna cut off, like I'm gonna strike down the percentages sign really quickly. The percentages gotten off with percentages. The off doesn't have any significance. If I write off here and cancel it, doesn't matter. 30R is equal to 40S. Cutting out the zeros, then 3R is equal to 4S. The question being asked is 50% of R is equal to what percentage of S? First, I'm gonna find out the absolute, try to find out the absolute value of R, which cannot be determined because we again have one equation and they're trying to ask us what is the value. They're trying to ask us the percentage, and the percentage is a relative game. When I talk about relative game is that the percentage being talked about over here is in relation to something else. So we need not have a second equation to form the absolute value. We are okay with playing with ratios in this question. R is 4 by 3 of S. I hope everybody can reach this point. Everybody has reached this point. Okay. Now I'll be moving to this point that then 50% of R's income is equal to what percentage of Suresh's income? I have 100% of R over here. You'd be confused. You'd be confused. How could I write 100% of R when there is nothing in the left of R? But my friend, there is one very strong symbol which is missing from here. That is 1R. I'm not multiplying R with anything. R already has 1 in it. Okay. So 100% of R is equal to 4 by 3 of S. Is it understood a little bit? Now it says 50% of Ravi's income. So I'm going to divide everything by 2. So it says 50% of Ravi's income is equal to 4 by 3 times half of S. 2 ones are this and 2 twos are 4. So 50% of Ravi's income is equal to what percentage of Suresh's income? In the beginning, I told you if you have to convert a fraction, to percentage, we multiply by 100. Okay. So what I'm doing here is 2 by 3 multiplied by 100. And the value comes out to be 66 2 by 3 percentage. This is the answer that we are looking for. Did you see how I played with the equation? The first equation which came out over here, which came out over here, I transformed it to a second equation which we were looking for of 40% or 50% of Ravi's salary. And then I found out what is the fraction that is the coefficient of S. And when I talk about coefficient, I'll help you understand what coefficients are. When I talk about the coefficient of A, it is X. When I talk about the coefficient of B, it is Y. When I talk about the coefficient of X, it is A. When I talk about the coefficient of Y, it is B. Anything which is in the multiple of it, that is the coefficient. Okay. And which cannot be multiplied completely. If I talk about multiplying 50% with R, I don't have any absolute value of R. That is why I'm being happy. Okay, I have 50% attached to R. Had it been 50% multiplied by 20, the value would have come down to 10. Okay. So I hope this is pretty much clear of what I'm talking about. The concept 2 is finished. We'll be moving on to concept 3's video. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the concept 3 video. The concept 3 video means multiplication stands for multiply, factor based, and compare between 3 numbers. Between 3 numbers, or I would rather say compare between 3 variables. Okay. Compare between 3 variables. So let me come down to this equation. It says if X% of A is equal to Y% of B is equal to Z% of C, then what is the relationship between A, B, and C? We have 3 equations, we have 3 variables, and we have one equation, we have 3 variables. So again, I've talked about it in the past, in the previous videos as well, that the number of equations and the number of variables need to be equal to find out the absolute value of each and every variable. Right now, right here, we can only come down to the relative values. The relative values between two variables or three variables that can be found out. Here, the output which you're getting is always the relationship between two variables. I'll try to take you to the absolute value of three variables through this question itself. Okay, just look at this. It says if x% of A, I'll try to derive this form of whatever is here. It says x% of A is equal to y% of B. See, I said percent, I said off, but I did not write it because I believe you must have seen the previous three videos. This is not required to be written. You just need to put the multiplication sign. And when I compare A upon B, what I'm doing here is I'm simply giving it y upon x. So we've arrived at this solution. Then secondly, when I talk about y% of B is equal to z% of C, what am I doing? B upon C is z upon y. This is the second solution which I have arrived at. Talking about the third solution, x% of A is equal to z% of C. What am I doing here? A divided by C is equal to z upon C. No, is equal to z upon x. So I have arrived at the third equation. So in an equation, you can solve like in terms of one equal to symbol, you can have only two variables on the left or the right. And that is how you create an equation out of it. Now, there would be times when you would see x multiplied by A is equal to y multiplied by B is equal to z multiplied by C. And now you wish to have an equation which has all the three variables in it and you have the perfect solution to it. Okay. So what needs to be done over here is I do not want any coefficient to be remaining with any of my variables. My variables here are A, B, and C. So what I would do is I would divide the entire equation by x into y into z. Why am I doing x into y into z? The reason of dividing the entire equation by x into y into z is that x into y into z, I'll just tell you. The reason is that x into y into z is the LCM of x, y, z. Okay, x, y, z is the LCM of x, y, and z. LCM means the least common multiple. Okay, so I'm going to divide the entire equation by x, y, and z. X times a divided by x, y, and z is equal to y times b divided by x, y, and z is equal to z times c divided by x, y, and z. Okay. Now cancelling out the common thing, x divided by x, y divided by y, the common thing in the numerator and the denominator, I'm cancelling that out. So what result we come out to is that when A is ratioed to B is ratioed to C, the kind of absolute value which you can reach to in a quicker way would be A is to YZ, then B is to XZ, and C is to XY. Okay. Okay. You can remember this solution as well. There's a quicker way of arriving at the solution. I'll just tell you how. Whatever is A's coefficient, you put a hand on that. And the rest of the coefficients of other two variables, you pull them off. Pull them off means pull them up and put them into your equation. If you see, I'll just use the red pen over here. If you see the variable which was associated, the coefficient which was associated with A was X, and it is nowhere to be seen in its ratioed proportion. So this is the game to remember it. The way the variable associated or the coefficient associated with B was Y, but it is nowhere to be seen when it comes down to ratios. Similarly with C, the coefficient of C was Z, and it is nowhere to be seen in its ratioed proportion form. Okay, this solution which is here on the right, this needs to be remembered, and this second solution which is on the left, on like above and below, these two solutions need to be remembered. Now we'll be moving on to the two questions which we have for concept 3. And I hope you're ready with your pen and pencils, pen and papers to solve it. It says A is 80% more than B and C is 48 4 by 7 less than the sum of A and B. Okay. So by what percent is C less than A? This is a very good question. This is related to ratios, clearly related to ratios. The only bone of contention, bone of contention means the source of the problem. I'm going to teach you English as well. This is a good idiom. Bone of contention, the source or the root of the problem is 48 4 by 7. Okay, it is 48 4 by 7. Let me help you break down 48 4 by 7. 48 4 by 7 is the bone of contention. I'm going to convert this mixed fraction and there is a percentage sign attached to it. I'm going to convert this mixed fraction into a simplified fraction. 7 8s are 56, 7 4s are 28, so 336, right? 7 8s are 56, 5 carry, 7 4s are 28, 28 plus 5, 33, whole divided by 7 plus 4. Okay, this comes down to 340 divided by 7. 340 divided by 7. There is a percentage sign which it was carrying along, so I'm going to write the percentage sign. Now converting the percentage sign to a regular fraction sign, I have to divide by 100. Okay, so 340 upon 700 is the ratio that we're talking about, and it says C is this ratio less than the sum of A and B. C is less than the sum of the ratio A and B. This is A and B, and C is 340 less than 700. So this ratio would convert itself into 340 should be subtracted out of 700, which gives us 360. 360 upon 700 is the real ratio. Okay, this is C dash less. Okay, now this is a real value of C. C divided by A plus B is equal to 700. We've arrived at a stronger solution as compared to had we started off with the first place, that A is 40% more than B, and we move on like that. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw ratios between A, B, and C. I'm gonna draw a relation between A, B, and C. The current relation which I have, A and B are mixed up. A and B are mingled up because A and B are together coming out to a proportion of 700 to 360 of C. Okay, 700 and 360, there is still a relation. I need to separate all of them. So what I'll do is, I'll check the first equation. I would check the first equation. What does the first equation say? A is 80% more than B. Let me assume that there are three ratios. A is to B is to C. A is 80% more than B. I'm assuming B to be 100 and C to be 180. This helps me. This helps me completely. In the first equation that we have over here, it says that the value of C would be 360 when the addition of A and B is 700. Right now, the addition of A and B is 280. Right now, the addition of A and B is 280, and I wanted to reach 700. So what needs to be multiplied? My question is, what needs to be multiplied here? So 28 twos are 560. And I'm 140 away from it reaching 70. So I would multiply it by 2.5. If I multiply this with 2.5, I have to multiply these two separately with 2.5. 2.5 multiplied, 2.5 multiplied. 2.5 multiplied would bring it to 250. 2.5 multiplied by 180 would be 180 twos are 360. 180 to the 360 and 180 halves are 90. 360 plus 90, 450. Okay. So is the sum of A and B equal to 700 now? The answer is yes. 450 plus 250 is 700. So I can assume from this first equation, not assume, but yeah, make it a reality that if the sum of A and B is 700, then the value of C would be 360. Boom, we're done. See, it was just one step back which you need to take to analyze the question. You should know which thread is loose, where to cut off first, so that you'll be reaching the solution faster. Had you applied the first form of the question, the first equation of A and B's relationship, you might have never reached the second solution. The second solution here being the first equation, you might have never reached here. So always remember, by practice, you'll be able to understand of where to reach and when to reach quickly. Now the question says, by what percent is C less than A? When I'm talking about C being less than A, I'm going to put C under the radar. Under the radar means in the denominator. And the difference between C and A is 90. 450 minus 360 is equal to 90. I'm going to multiply it by 100. 9 ones are 9 fours are. Okay, I'm canceling out the zeros first. Then 9 ones are 9 fours are 4 and 25. So the answer comes out to be 25%. Understand what I mean? 25% is the answer. Another question here. Is it the same concept 3? Yes, it is the same concept 3. Two numbers are respectively 16% and 30% less than a third number. Okay. And the ratio of the two numbers is, the question here is that there are three numbers, A, B, and C. And A and B, I'm assuming here that they are less 16% and 30% less than a third number. As we are studying the concept of percentages, the third number should be, the third number must be, and the third number ought to be assumed. Okay, remember this, that the third number ought to be assumed. And the easiest number which we can play with in our minds, the easiest number which we can play with in the chapter of percentages is, ladies and gentlemen, I need an answer. The answer is 100. Because it is the most, how should I say, it is the X-Men of all the mutants available, of all the mutations available. They are the best of the best. So 100 is the strongest point because it is easily solvable. It is assumed to be 100. So C has been assumed to be 100 in this case. Two numbers are respectively 16% and 30%. 16% less than 100 would be 84. 16 minus 16 is subtracted from 100. It comes down to 84. And the third number is 30% less. 30% less of 100 would be 70. 30% less of 100 would be 70. Then the ratio of these two numbers needs to be found out. 84, then 70. I'm going to use the biggest table possible just to make you understand that it is very important to know big tables. 14 fives are 70 and 14 6 are 84. 14 6 are 84. People tend to call it 6 are, 5s are. It's basically 5s are. 14 5s are 70. Okay. We are going to break things down to the lowest possible level. 14 6s are 84. Okay. I hope I've made myself very clear, and 6 is to 5 is the answer. In the examination hall, use big tables. Use big tables. Big tables means use the biggest possible number which you know, which you're comfortable with, to cancel out the equation. Use big tables and click your answer as 6 is to 5. Concept number 3 is done. We're going to move on to other concepts. Till then, please revise everything that I've taught you. Because if you revise everything, it's going to be easier. It's going to be quicker for you to clear it. Okay. Thank you and all the best. Hello, everybody. I hope I am visible and I'm audible. So Coming down to this particular question, this particular this particular concept. This is concept number 4 that we're talking about. It says multiply factor based or percentage increase or decrease. This is a very standard thing which we've already talked about. If there is any increase in percentage, so what we have to do is we need to have a base. We need to have a base against which the calculations would be done. And against that base, we have to keep the increased or decreased value and then multiplied by 100. Then we can declare that this is the percentage increase or percentage decrease. Percentage increase and percentage decrease collectively can be called percentage change. Okay, so whatever is happening in this third equation over here, this is nothing but a generic statement of the above two equations. Okay, so there's not much to understand over here. It's just that always keep the base constant and always try to remember on what base I'm working, because if you commit a mistake in choosing the base, trust me, it doesn't really suit. Like it would not lead you to the correct answer. It would not lead you to the correct answer. And if you do not like, it's very commonly said that you need to strengthen your base, strengthen your basics. So it is said because of a really strong reason that if you go wrong with the base, you mess up with the question. Okay, moving on. This is the question we have. A basket contains 350 eggs, and if 12% of the eggs are rotten, how many eggs are good enough to be sold? Okay, how many eggs are good enough to be sold? So, being optimistic and being students of mathematics and also studying the percentage chapter, I've told you because of optimism, you need to assume one thing. The assumption is that whatever you have is 100%. So, let's assume the number of eggs 350 is equal to 100% of the eggs. And it says 12% of the eggs are rotten. 12% of the eggs are rotten. In this manner, I have a full set of 100%, and some of them are good eggs, plus some of them are rotten eggs. Some of them are good eggs, some of them are rotten eggs. So if rotten is equal to 12%, and I take this 12% on the other side, the plus 6 sign changes to minus sign, and 100 minus 12 would give me 88%. So I'm gonna write 88% over here, 88% over here. And this 12% is the number of rotten eggs or the percentage of rotten eggs, and 88% is the percentage of good eggs. So the question says how many eggs are good enough to be sold. Okay, the good eggs are 88%. Again, using the unitary concept, 100, if 100% of the eggs is equal to 350, what is 88% of the eggs? So 350 divided by 100 multiplied by 88. This would create the final answer. Okay, let me cut it like the big boy or the big girl cancellation policy, or the big girl factorization policy. Okay, the big girl or the big boy factorization policy says use the biggest possible number. Okay, so 52s are 100 and 57s are 350. So just look, we've very clearly eliminated the biggest of the big numbers here, and we've come down to a very easy solution. Now 2 4s are 8, 2 4s are 8. 7 multiplied by 44, 7 4s are 28, another 2 goes up, 7 4s are 28, 28 plus 2, 30. 308 are the eggs which are good enough to be sold, or good enough to be consumed, or good enough to be sold. Yeah, that's the question. So I hope you got it of what concept I'm taking from where and what's going on here. Okay, moving on. This is a very, very good question, and particularly I would really want you to focus. I really would want you to dig in and see what's going on here. Okay, it says increasing 110 by X% gives the same result as increasing 50 by X%. Okay, decreasing 110, decreasing, I might have misread decreasing with increasing. So it is decreasing 110 by X% gives the same result as increasing 50 by X%. Then X percent of 650 is what percentage more than X plus 20 of 180%. This is bit of a calculative question. Okay, I am already giving you a warning. Calculative. This is a calculative question. And if you have some patience, if you can gather a little bit of courage and a little bit of patience, trust me, this question you'll be able to sail through very easily. Okay, now let's start off solving it. The decrease by X percent, the decrease by X percent can be written as 100 minus X. Agreed? This is equal to, because it says gives the same result as an increase by X percent. I hope all of you agree of whatever I'm talking about. Here's the percentage sign and here's another percentage sign. In the first equation on the left hand side, it says decreasing 110. So 110 is being multiplied over here, and here increasing 50. So 50 is multiplied over here. So the base of our question has been set. Now we need to find out the correct value of X and plug it in into 650 as well as this 180, and then we'll be able to figure out the correct solution. Okay, so this in this particular question, as I've already discussed, that there is a decreasing factor of X. There is a decreasing factor of X associated with 110, and there is an increasing factor of X associated with 50. And this is the first equation that you have to deal with. You will get you'll get the proper value of X over here, and then you have to put the same value in the next equation to find out the relationship between 650 and 180, which has one more level of complexity involved with it. Okay, and the complexity which is involved there is regarding X as well as X plus 20%. So it's very important that we should play very smartly with X. Okay, so let me first find out the value of X, and then we'll play pretty smartly with X. Here on the left hand side and the right hand side, there's a percentage sign here. There's a percentage sign here. I'm going to cancel that out. I'm gonna directly write, or I will have 100 in the denominator, and the 100 would get cancelled out. So it is directly 110 multiplied by 10, 100 minus X, then 100 plus X multiplied by 50. Okay, I will take this to one place. The number should be on one place, and the things with variables would be on the other side. The left hand side and the right hand side are completely separate. So what you see here is a combination where to find out the value of X, we can solve it using componendo and dividendo. Okay, we can use C and D, or very clearly we can use componendo and dividendo. For those of you who don't understand what C and D or componendo and dividendo is, I'm going to write it here. If there is something called A by B and X upon Y, I can write it as A plus B upon A minus B is equal to X plus Y upon X minus Y. And this whole thing shall be equal to A upon B. Shall be equal to A plus B upon B, or X plus Y upon Y. Or it could be equal to A upon A minus B is equal to X upon X minus Y. Okay, I hope you understand this sort of a combination. These things would be separately equal to each other. Okay, there is no equal to sign in the middle. I drew it by mistake. So this is called componendo and dividendo. How componendo and dividendo helps us, I'll tell you what. It's 100 plus X upon 100 minus X. If I start doing the calculation, I will have to multiply 110 multiplied with this by this entire equation, and 50 multiplied by this entire equation, and then I'll have to take the x's at one side and the numbers at the other side. So it increases my calculation. If there is a concept which I know which would reduce the calculation tendency and the latency and the slowness and the and the decrease in speed, which comes because of a lot of calculation, you will be relieved by it. Okay. It would produce a lot of friction in your mind if you have a lot of calculation to do. So what I am doing here is, now I am going to use componendo and dividendo, which brings my answer to be 100 upon x is equal to, the 0 gets cancelled by 0. 11 plus 5 is equal to 16, and 11 minus 5 is equal to 6. Okay. So I'm going to solve it here itself. 2 8 is 16, 2 3 is 6. So the value of x by 100 is equal to 3 by 8, or 37.5%. People in the comment section, please tell me, how did I come down to 37.5%? In the first video itself, I told you we need to learn some of the few percentage and ratio formulas that are present. So in the same manner, 1 upon 8 is equal to 12.5%. Okay, 1 upon 8 is equal to 12.5%. So 3 upon 8 is equal to 12.5 multiplied by 3, that is 37.5%. Now we'll be using this output to our rescue for the upcoming answer. Okay, I am just rubbing off the componendo and the dividendo component, or no, let me solve it here only. If I don't get space, I'll solve it on the next questions page. So I have the value of x as 3 by 8, or 37.5. Now it is saying I need to solve. I'm changing the pen color. At least you get to know what I'm doing. What is happening here is x% of 650. Okay. So I'm going to solve it here. 3 by 8 of 650. That is 1. I'll just solve it immediately. 8 8s are 64. And there's this 10. 8 1s are 8. 8 8s are 64. 8 1s are 8. Now 2 is there. Okay. Then 8 2s are 16 and 8 5s are 40. It's 81.25 multiplied by 3. So we have 75 here. 3 1s are 3. 3 8s are 24. It is 24.7 to 243.75. This is the first thing that I have to keep in mind. And secondly, x plus 20 of 180. Now here 20% is also in the equation. So I will write 20% as 1 by 5 plus x% is 3 by 8. I have to multiply this by 180. Okay. 5 3s are 15, 8 1s are 8, 23. 23 by 8 into 5 into 180. I hope you're able to understand what sort of calculations I'm doing here. 4 9s are 36, 4 2s are 8. And now 9 with 23 divided by 2. Or 9 3s are 27, 2, 9 2s are 18, 18 plus 2, 20. 20 upon 2 and 103.5. Okay, 103.5. This is the second thing. Now I have to derive a relationship between 243.75 and 103.5. Now I'll be applying a sort of a smart trick to either reach 136% or 154%. It says this bigger number is what percentage of this smaller number? This is the question over here. One very clear outcome that we have here is, if I multiply 103.5 into 2, the answer that I get is 207. And 207 is still smaller as compared to 243.5. So the values which are less than 100% are automatically cancelled out from the equation. are automatically cancelled out from the equation. Now, I have another milestone to achieve, and the milestone is that I have to check if my answer is above 50% or below 50%. So 50% of 103.5 is equal to 51.5, or you may take it as 50 as well. Okay, the 50% of some of a value which is closer to 100 would be 50 only. And in 207, which I have achieved in the past, if I add 50, the value comes out to be 257. The value comes out to be 257. But my value here is 243.75. That means anything which is near 50 or beyond 50 is of no use to me. That is why the final and the correct answer is 136%. Okay. If you want me to do the entire calculation of this, I'll help you do that as well. I have to check what is 243 of 103.5. I will first subtract 103.5 in this equation. And I have 0.25, then 0, then 4, then 1. So I'm sitting at 140. I'm sitting at 140.25 divided by 103.5 multiplied by 100. It's clearly an answer of anything above 100%. And to check if it is above 50% of this quantity in the denominator, the answer should have been above 257 or above 157. But we are sitting at 140. That is why the answer 136% is the correct answer. Okay. So this is a smart suggestion which I would give you. If you cannot achieve the answer through this, try the other way out. I'm going to explain this particular question one more time because this is where we end concept number 4. The question said, if decreasing 1110 by X% gives the same result as increasing 50 by X%, then X% of 650 is what percentage more than X% of 650 is what percentage more than X plus 20% of 180. Okay. I'll be using the green pen and try to give you the cues of what all steps did I take. Okay. The first step I took was 1110 multiplied by 100 minus X, which is the decreasing factor using X. This 100 plus X is the increasing factor using X. Now to solve this, here I remove the percentages sign. Now ahead, here I used componendo dividendo in C point. I've already explained componendo and dividendo here. Okay, I will componendo and dividendo here. Componendo and dividendo I have explained over here. Okay, I use the same thing to achieve the value of X or X%, which is equal to 37.5% or 3 by 8 in in fractions. If you'd see here, the first answer which I came out with, this is the first equation I came out with. This is the first equation I came out with. The first equation I did not use 37.5. I still hung on to using 3 by 8 because solving answers using fractions is an easier way out instead of using the full percentages itself. 3 by 8 multiplied by 650 would give me 243.75. And then I went on to the second equation, which was related to 180. Here also, I still used fractions. 3 by 8 plus 1 by 5 multiplied by 180. Moving on, I did a quick calculation and I achieved the result, which was my second equation. Okay. Here I have written 2, here I have written 1. So I have the first answer and I have the second answer. Now I need to compare that how much percentage is the bigger number of the smaller number. Okay. I'm writing big here and I'm writing small here. How much percentage is the bigger number of the smaller number? So after seeing that 103, even if multiplied by 2 is lesser than 243, I could eliminate two options that the answer would definitely be above 100. Now, one of the answers is above 50% as well, and the other answer is below 50%. So I checked if the 50% of 103.5 is anywhere near 243. So when I multiplied 1 by 103.5 by 2, this is the 100% that I'm talking about. And this is the 50% that I'm talking about. Okay. So my answer was nowhere clear or nowhere close to 257. My option was 243. So instead of choosing the bigger number here, this is the bigger number here. I chose the smaller number. I chose the smaller number. And this is how I arrived at the correct answer. Okay. Thank you. Hello, everybody. We are sitting on like now standing at concept 05, concept 5. The concept 5 is if x percent is equal to, if x is equal to y percent, then find the desired results. So y percent of the total value is equal to x, then we can come down to a conclusion by removing the percentage sign that y upon 100 is equal to multiplied by total value is equal to x. And then the total value is equal to, I'm just moving y from here to the other side. If you see very clearly, y comes in the denominator, 100 moves to the numerator. So this is one very simple result which you should remember, which you may remember if at all required. But it's more important to solve the questions which come out of this. Okay. So I'll be quickly moving to the question. The question says a number x is 60% of what the average of 20, 28, and 36 is. What is the value of the number x? Okay. Firstly, it's a twofold question. First, I need to focus on the average, and then I need to apply a percentage operation, on average, percentage operation on the average. So just see how I move about things. 20, 28, and 36. Okay. What I would expect students who are a little average to do is they add all the three numbers, and then divide them by 3. Okay. I am adding all of them. Then the next set of work that needs to be done is divided by 3. But I have a better way to find out averages. Okay. I have to assume one number out of the 3 to be the average. Okay. And usually the number that is considered to be the average should be the middle number, not the highest number or neither the lowest number, neither the highest number nor the lowest number. Okay. So always take the middle number to be the average, and then you have to work on that. Okay. If I assume that 28 is the average, from moving from 28 to 20, I am having a loss of -8. Okay. Because if I'm assuming that the average is 28 and I have a friend who's just 20, so he's pulling away my powers. And by how much is he pulling away my powers? He's the value with which he's pulling away my power is -8. What about 36? The difference between 28 and 36 is again 8, but he is giving me power, but he's giving me more intensity. And by how much is that? That is by 8. So the addition of +8 and -8 gives me a net result of 0. The effective result is 0. If at all this effective result comes out to be 0, that means that which we assumed, the average which we assumed was correct. And 28 is the final average of these 3 numbers. I'll try to explain it one more time. Okay. I have 3 numbers with me, 20, 28, and 36. I have to assume, according to my method, I have to assume one number to be the average. Let's say I assume 20 to be the average over here. Okay. It will be easier for you to understand this. How big is 28 from 20? It says +8. How big is 36 from 20? It says +16. So if I add 8 plus 16, it comes out to be +24. My assumption was 20. but there is an excess of 24. If 20 is bearing the load, if 20 is bearing the load of all the three numbers, then plus 24 would also be the should also bear the load of all the three numbers. If I have assumed 20 to bear the load of all the three numbers, I have to apply the same logic to 24 as well. To apply the same logic to 24, what I would do is I would have to divide 24 by 3, because it is supposed to bear the load of all the three, or like the three other students or the three other partners. So 20 plus 24 upon 3. 24 upon 3 is 3 ones are 3, 8s are 24. So the answer comes out to be 28. The answer in both the cases is the same. The answer in both the cases is the same, 28 and 28. So moving on, it says a number X is 60% of the average. 60% of the average. What is the value of the number X? Okay. 60% of the average. Average is 28. That is equal to X. I'm going to apply a quick principle of 3 by 5 multiplied by 28. Then I would multiply 3 with 28. 3 8s are 24. 3 2s are 6, 7, 8. 84 upon 5 is the answer. Now, instead of dividing it by 5, what I would do is I would multiply the numerator as well as the denominator by 2, because this would create a proper number. The proper number having a 0 in the end, that is 10. And with the help of 10, I would reduce it to a decimal quantity. So you can quicken your results with the help of this. I'm multiplying by 2 above and 2 below just to reduce my calculation of the division. People are afraid of subtraction as well as division. So in this way, I'm reducing that overhead and I'm helping you and I'm asking you to multiply instead of divide. So 2 4s are 8 and 2 8s are 16, and point should come here. Okay, I hope you've understood this calculation. This was a little tricky, but not at all complex. Okay, coming down to the next question. Now, this is an interesting question. It's going to take up a good chunk of time, maybe even 10 minutes. So, I want you to hold on to your seat and solve this question with me. Okay, it says the price of petrol shot up by 5%. Before the hike, the price was 82 rupees per liter. A man travels 3045 kilometers every month and his car gives a mileage of 15 kilometers per liter. What is the increase in the monthly expenditure nearest to the rupee on the man's travel due to the hike in petrol prices? Okay. I'll tell you what, this is a multifold question. The first thing that we need to find out is what are the total miles that he travels. When I talk about miles, I'm not particularly talking about the unit of miles per second or miles per hour. I'm talking about the total distance or the total number of times he has to refill the petrol. The total miles divided by the mileage would give me the petrol. The petrol in liters. The petrol in liters, which the guy uses to travel every month. Okay. The total miles that we have is 3045. Now, dividing it by 15, which is the mileage, this comes out to be 203 liters. Okay. 15 2s are 30, 15 3s are 45. 203 is the total petrol that he consumes every month. Now, the answer is required in rupees, and I'm still sitting on liters. This means that I'm still one step behind of what needs to be done. The second step, what I'm supposed to do is I need to multiply 20 with 82. Why 82? 82 is the price of petrol per liter which he has to pay. If I have to find out of what quantity I'm supposed to get, or what is the amount of money that I need to pay every month, so I'll have to multiply 203 with 82. Okay, this is the monthly expense or the monthly expenditure that I have to give. I'm not multiplying it completely because there is one more operation that I need to do. Now tell me this: if the price of petrol has shot up by 5% and I'm moving the same amount of time, I'm using the same amount of the same mileage I'm getting, and I'm traveling the same distance, same mileage, same distance, and the 5% hike is in the petrol. So I can very easily assume that if that my monthly expenditure would also increase by 5%, my monthly expenditure would also increase by 5%. This is my strongest assumption. And this strongest assumption is the clear result, because had there been a 5% increase in traveling, had there been a 5% increase in the total miles, my answer would have been the same. Now there is a 5% increase in the cost of petrol. So my total expenditure would give out the result in a very similar fashion. In my third step, what I have to do is I have to multiply 203 with 85, 82, and give it a 5% increase. If I'm supposed to give something a 5% increase, I have to multiply it by 105. But here, we just have to tell how much money has increased. It is not asking me what is the new final expenditure. That is why only 5% multiplication would do the trick for me. Okay. Now I'll help you solve it in a very quick manner. 203 multiplied by 82 multiplied by 5. I will first, and there is a component of 100 which is dividing it. Okay. So I'll quickly solve the big numbers first. 203 multiplied by 82. Okay. 2 3 is 6, 2 0 is 0, 2 2 is 4, multiplied by 8 3 is 24, and 8 2 is 16. Okay. 4 6 6 1. Okay. 16646. Now 16646 multiplied by 5 divided by 100. Okay. Here I can again apply the trick multiplied by 2 and divide by 2. This is how I reduce my overhead. 5 2s are 10, 1 0 gone. Now divided by 2. 2 8s are 16, 2 3s are 6, 2 2s are 4, 2 3s are 6. 832.3. 832.3 is my final correct answer. So 832 is the answer. Now, leaving my pen behind and leaving the pen down, I'll explain the question to you one more time. He is traveling every month from one place to the other. The total number of miles or the total distance that he travels is 3045. The mileage that his car gives is 15 kilometers per liter. It means if I fill up my car, or I fill up his car with only 1 liter of petrol, the car would move 15 kilometers ahead only. But in reality, he has to move 3045 kilometers ahead. So he would need the petrol, which is 203 liters, which we've come down in the first part. In the second part, there is 203 multiplied by 82. The 203 is multiplied by 82 because I need to know what is the total cost. I'll just write what is the total expenditure. What is the total expenditure? Here, this is my fuel requirement. Fuel. This is my fuel requirement. This is the total expenditure. Now there is a 5% increase here. Okay, so I've used the factor of 5% over here, and this is where I have done the calculations. And the only long calculation that you do is this one, and it is okay. You would get sufficient time to solve this long calculation. Okay, so thank you so much. We're done with concept 5. We'll be moving to a higher concept now. Thank you. Hi. The concept 6 that we have here is pretty basic. It says if there is a change in the numerator or the denominator, then how would the new fraction turn out to be? So if I need to find out what the new fraction is, and there is some operation which needs to be done on the left hand side on the original fraction, so there is a small formula that is given over here. If the numerator is increased or decreased by some x percent, and the denominator is increased or decreased by some x percent, then this operation, this is the operation which needs to be done on the original fraction to achieve the new fraction. Okay. If you're a formula person, if you're a formula guy, do remember it. If you're not a formula person, it's okay. It's completely fine. If you see very clearly, when I'm talking about the original, the spelling is a little wrong. Okay. In the original one, when we're talking about the numerator, it talks about x. When we're talking about the denominator, it talks about y. But if I reverse the roles, if I send it to the other side, from the left hand side to the right hand side, or vice versa, the against the new fraction, then the denominator comes up and the numerator goes down. Okay, you'll better be able to understand. You'll be able to understand it better with the help of the examples, with the help of the other two questions which are coming up. It says if a numerator of a fraction is be increased by 50% and its denominator be diminished by 28%, the value of the fraction comes out to be 25 by 36. What is the original fraction? There's a small thing which I missed here. It says the x percent increase or the y percent increase, decrease or increase or whatever, any operation on x or y cannot be solely done in terms of x and y. It has to be done with the help of 100 minus x or 100 plus x. Similarly, with 100 plus or minus y. Okay. Remember this, there is a component of 100 which will always haunt you. It is always going to follow you because we are solving the chapter of percentages. Got it? The numerator of a fraction is decreased by 50%. That means 100 minus 50%, and the denominator be diminished by 28%. Denominator being diminished by 28% also means it is decreased by 28%. It is multiplied into x upon y, which is the old fraction, and the new fraction is 25 upon 36. This old fraction is also the original fraction. Is also the original fraction. So let me solve it quickly. 100 minus 50 is 50. 100 minus 28 is 72. Multiplied by x and y, like x upon y, then 25 by 36. 36 ones are, 36 twos are. 25 ones are, 25 twos are. Okay. I've committed a mistake. I've committed a mistake. No problem. No problem. Some of you might have seen me. Some of you might have caught me. 100 minus 50. It's not minus 50, it's plus 50 because the numerator of a fraction is being increased. Okay, it's 100 plus 50. So just look at how I'll mold the question with the same answer, with the same concept. Instead of this being 50, it's going to be 150. I divided it with the help of 25. 25 ones are 25 and 25 sixes are 150. Okay, so I'm still safe. 2 ones are 2 and 2 threes are 6. So x upon y comes out to be 1 by 3. Okay, x upon y comes out to be 1 by 3. This is the original fraction that we were looking for. Pretty simple, pretty easy. These questions have come in the examination. So I'm pretty sure they would still be asked again. Sorry. If the numerator of a fraction is increased by um, by 12% and its denominator has been reduced by 8%, it gives a new fraction 16 upon 17. What is the original fraction? I'll come down to the result directly. Okay. The numerator of a fraction is increased by 12%. So it means it is 112 and the denominator is reduced by 8%. So it is 92. 100 minus 8 is 92. Okay. 100 plus 12 and 100 minus 8. So this is 16 upon 17. This gives me 112 divided by 92. Um, I can see a little bit of like 4 here. 4 fours are 16 and 4 twos are 8 and 4 eights are 32. Okay. How did I jump to 4 directly? If a number is divisible by 4, if a number is divisible by 4, the last two digits would also be divisible by 4. 4 threes are 12, 4 fours are 16. So I'm pretty sure that the entire number is divisible by 4, no matter what all digits are trailing on the left hand side or how big the number is. Similarly, for 2, we have to check the last digit. For 8, we have to check the last. We have to check the last. How many digits? 3 digits. For 16, we have to check the last 4 digits. No, two. One more power of 2. Yeah, for 16, you have to check the last 4 digits. So 4 ones are 4, 4 sevens are 28. Okay. Does 7 get cancelled over here? No. So x upon y is equal to 92 divided by 17 multiplied by 7. So 17 sevens are 119. You must recall the tables and 92 remains here. So this is the answer that we've arrived to. Thank you so much. Concept 6 is done. Now we'll be moving on to concept 7. Thank you. Hi there. Concept 7 is another extension and it's a pretty standard question which usually comes up in the examination. It says you need to find out the error percentage while multiplying, dividing, or anything. If at all you have to find out the error percentage between a fraction or a number or anything, then you have to find out the difference between the correct value and the incorrect value and then divide it by the correct value multiplied by 100. In error percentages, why does the correct value come in the denominator? Because the correct value is the standard point, it is the base, and it is the parameter from where I have to see if I'm going in the proper direction or the improper direction. Okay, if I'm going in the correct direction or if I'm going in the wrong direction. So I need to have a base, I need to have a metric. Okay, it's not matrix, it's metric, metric. Metric means a point of measurement. Okay, I need to have the correct measurement with me. That is why the correct value stays in the denominator, because that governs if I'm going in the right direction or not. Had I used the incorrect value here, then my concept would go haywire. Okay, and I don't want my concept to go haywire. That is why correct value should come in the denominator, and the difference between the correct value and the incorrect value would give you the range of change. It would give you how much are we deviating from the point we were supposed to be at. Okay, how much we were deviating. Moving on directly to the questions. There's not much to talk about. How should I help you? Okay, a pupil multiplied a figure by 3 by 5 rather than 5 by 3. The most important part in the entire question is that you have to determine which one is correct and which one is incorrect. Okay, which one is correct and which one is incorrect, and I have to find out the percentage error. So 5 by 3 minus 3 by 5 whole divided by 5 by 3 into 100. Now, pretty quickly, 5 fives are 25, 3 threes are 9. 25 minus 9 is 16. 16 divided by 3 fives are 15. Multiplied by 5 by 3. This multiplication of 5 by 3 is coming from here. I am allowing the 5 to stay in the denominator, and I'm making the 3 move up. I hope this is pretty basic and you understand what I'm talking about here. Okay. 3 ones are 3, 3 fives are 15, 5 fives are 25, 25 fours are 100, 16 fours are 64. So the error that a pupil would get in his answers would be 64%. Okay, pretty simple, pretty basic. Moving on to the next question. A man multiplied a number by 8 by 5 instead of 5 by 8. Tell the error percentage in the calculation. Going ahead, the difference between 8 by 5 and 5 by 8. So I'm going to write 8 by 5 minus 5 by 8 whole divided by 5 by 8, because this is the correct value. I am again going to write here, this is the correct value and this is the incorrect value. This is the incorrect value. Okay, my pen is wavering a little, but need not worry. I'll try to write big numbers so that you understand of where I'm going. Multiplied by 100. Okay, 8 8s are 64, 5 5s are 25. 64 minus 25. Now think, 25 twos are 50. So there's a 25 already involved. And how far away is 64 from 50? That is 14. Now add 14 with 25. 14 plus 25 is 39. So 39 would be the numerator divided by 40, or 8 into 5. Okay. 8 into 5 would be the denominator. Again, a 5 would be multiplied in the denominator because I am taking this up. And here 8 would be coming from the denominator, which is moving to the numerator. Because 5 by 8, when it is in the denominator, then 5 stays here and 8 moves up. Okay. If anybody has a trouble in understanding how these fractions move up, move down, or whatever, please drop a comment. I will make a special video for those of you who don't understand this. Okay. 8, then 8, 5 5s are 25, 25 4s are now 4 9s are 36, 3 4 3s are 12, and 156%. Okay. The handwriting is a bit wavery because of some trouble, but I hope you understand of where I'm going. Okay. 156% is the correct answer. Simple thing. The difference between the correct and the incorrect, divided by the correct fraction multiplied by 100 would give you the final answer. To have smarter calculations on your end, please learn bigger tables. Okay, bigger tables. 7 5s are, 11 9s are, and 17 7s are, 18 9s are. Okay, please try to remember this. 18 9s is 162. For people who think I don't know maths, I know a little bit of it, not much. Okay, thank you. Okay, hello everybody. We are sitting now, standing at concept 8 right now. Okay, so it says if there are two quantities A and B such that there is a relationship between A and B, which is there's a ratio between A and B, that is X is to Y or X upon Y. Then if I talk about A%, that can be denoted as X upon X plus Y into 100. Or if I talk about B%, then it can be denoted as Y upon X plus Y into 100. So this is how you calculate B%, which is dependent on A. Or if you calculate A%, which is dependent on B. This is a concept which you can learn, which you can understand through the formula. But I've always told you, remembering the formulas might work for some people, might not work for some people. But the way I am teaching, I'm trying to get you to a point that you're exam ready, that you're competition ready. Because all your friends, everybody, all your friends, all your enemies, everybody is going to use my methods and they're going to get ahead. But if you do not know these methods, do not worry. You still have time. You can learn. You can learn it very, very well. I'm moving on directly to the questions so that little time is wasted on helping you understand concepts which are easy. I'll be spending a lot of time on concepts which are difficult, but the ones which are easy, see, this is a concept which I brought. It's a 2-line concept. So doesn't need a lot of time. Okay. So I'm moving on to the question directly. In an examination, in an entrance examination at different centers, this is the total number of students who appeared. and the pass percentage of different students is this, of different set of students is this. What is the pass percentage of the entire entrance examination? Okay. So at one place, I'm going to write the number of students. Okay. This hash means number and the percentage means the passing percentage. So this is 25, this is 30, 40, 45, 60, and 100. Now here I'm going to write the respective 20%, 30%, 35%, 40%, 50%, and 75%. So if you very rightly check over here, this is the group of students which went. Okay, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. These are 6 groups of students which went. The answer that is being asked is the pass percentage of the entire entrance examination. The pass percentage would be the number of students who passed, number of passed students divided by total number of students. Okay, multiplied by 100. This hash symbol, I'm using it to denote number of. Okay, number of. So 20% of 25 is 5. 30% of 30 is 9. 35% of 40 is 7, if I'm not wrong, or 14. 4 5s are 20, 4 3s are 12. No, it is 14. Okay. 45%, 40% of 45 is 18. 60, like 50% of 60 is 30. And 75% of 100 is 75. Now this is the passed. Okay. Number of students who passed. Now I need to have a summation of this. This is a sign of summation that I have used. Okay. Quickly, 75 plus 5, 80, 80 plus 30, 110, 110 plus 9, 119, 119 plus 14, 119 plus 14, 123, 133, 133 plus 8, 133 plus 8 is 141, 141, 151. Okay. 151. Okay. So 151 is the total number of students who have passed. And the total students who came to take the examination was 45 and 25 is 70. 70 plus 30, 100, 100, 200, 200, and this is 300. 300 divided by this 100. 2 zeros, 2 zeros gone. 3 5s are 15. 50.33% is the pass percentage. Okay. The pass percentage which is being asked here. Moving on. If in a competitive examination, the marks obtained by Sam are 19% less than those of Peter. Okay. I'll just draw Sam here, like write his name, and Peter here. 19% less, then the marks obtained by Peter are how much more than the percentage obtained by Sam? Sam is 19 less. Let's assume I've always told you 100 is the benchmark, 100 is the key in percentage or any other chapter. The strongest assumption you can ever make and the most accurate assumption that you can ever make is keeping the other value 100. Okay. If Peter is scoring 100 marks, Sam is scoring 19% less. 19% less of 100 is equal to 100 minus 19. That is equal to 81. Now they're saying then the marks obtained by Peter are how much more than the marks obtained by Sam. Peter has obtained 19 plus marks than Sam. Okay. And by Sam. What does by Sam mean? By Sam means that Sam would come in the numerator and 19 would go in the denominator because this is the change. Okay. And 81 is the base. I would multiply it by 100. Okay. Quickly taking the long division route. Okay. 81 twos are 62. The 2 isn't coming correctly. 81 twos are 162. Then again 8. Then 28, 280. 8 threes are 24. Yeah, that's good. So 23 point something something. So 23.46 is the correct answer. Okay. You don't have to solve all the questions completely from corner to corner. Once you arrive at the at a number which can differentiate, then you can write the correct answer right away. Had I been sitting at 2, I would never be able to mark the correct answer. As soon as I moved to 3 to the next number, okay, to the next number, to the next digit, I can differentiate because all the answers are different. Had there been an option E with 23.9, then I would have had to go one step forward. I would have to go one step forward for sure. Okay. So moving on to the next concept, I am taking concept 9 as well in this video, if time permits. Yes, it does permit. If X% of total value is equal to Y, then 100 minus X of total value is equal to total value minus Y. You see, X is in a percentage mode over here, and there is a total value which is in a different unit. Okay. It being in a different unit means it might be in rupees, it might be in number of, it might be in liters, it can be anything. Okay. If I reduce the X% by 100, then I take away the entire total value from Y. Okay. I take the entire total value by Y. I'll tell you how. If there is something called 20% and it is equal to Y, if I am reducing it to 80%, it means I am taking away 100% from here. Then I would have to take away 100% from here as well. And 100% of what? So it means 100% of total value. Okay. So 100% of total value would again be subtracted from Y as well, because you're already subtracting a total value on the left hand side. For 20%, what is the total value? 100%. For Y, what is the total value? That is the total value given in the question. Okay. So this concept is a little bit trivial, but you'll be able to understand it once I start applying it to the questions. Okay. Ram loses 12.5% of his money after spending 75% of the remainder, he is left with 630. How much money did Ram have initially? Ram loses 12.5% of his entire money. Okay. 12.5% of his entire money is gone. So what I'm going to do here is 12.5%, it should ring a bell instantly. It should instantly ring a bell in your brain that 12.5% means 1 by 8. And 1 by 8, I can assume that 8 was the total money and he lost 1 out of it. Okay. Please remember these percentages. They are vital. They are very important for you. 12.5%, if you do it with the unitary method or something, you will be slayed in the examination. 12.5% is the key. And by 12.5, I have to derive 1 by 8. That is important. Okay. That is the most important part over here. It means he has lost 1 by 8 of his total money. I can assume that he had 800 rupees and I can assume that he had 100 rupees lost. He lost 100 rupees and he had 800 rupees total. So from 800, he lost 100 rupees and he had 700 left. Out of the 700, he spent 75% and he saved or he was left with 25%. According to the question, the remainder is 630. The remainder is 630. If 630 is the remainder and he spent 75% of it, what does 700 stand here for? It stands here for 100%. Not the entire answer, but only 100% of whatever he was left with after losing the money. So 25 is equal to 630. 25 times 4 is equal to 100. That is why 630 times 4 would be equal to 100%. 630 multiplied by 4 is equal to 100%. 4 zeros are 0, 4 threes are 12, 4 6 are 24, 2 5 2 0. Okay. So here, according to 700 rupees that he had left with him, that amounts to, this is the virtual world I'm talking about. Here, it is all virtual. And on the right hand side, this is all real. Okay. For 700 rupees, he had 2520 in his pocket. For the 100 rupees that is left, I can find out the real value and do one more operation of plus. But why should I do it when I can directly find out the value of 800? If the value of 700 is this, then what would be the value of 800? 7 threes are 21, 7 threes are 21, and 7 6 are 42. So 360 is the focal point. Now I just need to multiply 8 with it and it will give me the final value. Okay. I've already divided 2520 by 7. I need to multiply it by 8 now. For the ones who have gotten the trick, who've gotten a little smart because they're watching me, obviously they've gotten a little smart. Please tell me if you have any problem and you're able to understand the shortcuts or the tricks that I'm using, or the see, first of all, these are not tricks. This is the standard exam procedure that you will also have to follow. No matter if you're an average student or a smart student or whatever, you will have to follow one step ahead. If you start growing now, then you will be exam ready. Okay. Now 360 by 8. 8 6 are 48 and 8 3s are 24, 2880. This is the final money that Ram have initially. Okay. Another question. A, B, C divide a certain sum of money among themselves. The average of amounts with them is 4520. The share of A is 10 2 by 3% more than the share of B, and 33 1 by 3 is, and the share of B is 33 1 by 3 less than C. No, the share of A is 33 1 by 3 less than C. What is the share of B? Now listen up. The share of A is 10 2 by 3% more than the share of B, and 33 1 by 3 less percent but that by C. As soon as you look at 33 1 by 3, as soon as you look at 33 1 by 3, it means 1 upon 3 is involved. Okay. So I'll quickly move to 1 upon 3. I'll write this here. And I'll also solve 10 2 by 3. Okay. So the ratio between C and A, the share of A is 33 less than 33 1 by 3 less than that of C. If the share of C is 3, then the share of A is 2, because it says 1 by 3 less. It means 1 would be removed from 3 and the remaining would be given to 2. Okay. 3 is to 2. And the share of A is 10 2 by 3 more than the share of B. 10 2 by 3, I'm going to solve it. 30, it means 32 by 3, or it also means 32 by 300. Okay. The share of A is this much more than the share of B. This much more than the share of B. If the share of B is 300, then the share of A, would be 332. Okay. Did you get it? I am going to use the standard point. This moves here. This moves here. So this is the ratio between A, B, and C. Got it? This, I have to multiply them. This is the ratio that comes out. Okay. This is the ratio that comes out. If you want me to explain it, I'll explain it as soon as I finish off the question first. The sum of all this is 2260. Now, the value of 2260, the value of 2260 is given as 4520 multiplied by 3. Why? This is the total value. The value of 2260 is given as 4520 multiplied by 3. So this ones are, this twos are, this means the value of 1 is equal to 6. So if I multiply 6 with all these ratios, then I would get the absolute value of all the numbers. It's asking me the share of B. So 6 multiplied by 600 is equal to 3600. It's equal to 3600, and this is the final answer. Okay. I hope you've understood what I'm talking about here, what I was talking about here. Concept 9, concept 8 and 9 have been collectively done in the same video. So I hope it is not a problem. And thank you so much. Hi, hello everybody. So we are now sitting at concept number 10. Concept number 10 talks about basic successive percentage change, and it's working on two values. So what's really happening here is this, that if you have something for 100 rupees and you bring a change of 10% in it, okay, something is there for 10 rupees and you bring a change of 10% in it. So what's the new value? The new value would be 10% of 100, which is 10, and add it back to 100 and it becomes 110. So this is the first change. This kind of change, you cannot call this kind of change a successive change. Okay. So this kind of change would be called just an initial change. Now there is supposed to be a second change that is supposed to happen. Okay. There's a second change that is supposed to happen. And for that, I'm going to write plus 10 more percent. Okay. This is an example. So these are hypothetical values. Another 10% of 110 would be 11. Okay. And I'll be adding 11 to this, to the first value, which would get my final number to be 121. Okay. There must be a few students who might get a little confused because I've talked about successive percentages and I have done a change of 10% two times. So the final output should be 20%. But if I go back in the question, I see that there is a change of 21%. And you'll be like thinking, how could I reach 21% so quickly? The answer is 121 minus 100 is 21. And the base percentage is the old money which I had, which is 100 rupees, and again multiplied by 100. 100 gets cancelled by 100. So it clearly says 21%. So there is a gap. There's a gap of 1%. How did this gap occur? My question to you is, how did this gap occur? If we were doing just two percentages, we were incrementing the base value twice, then how could there be an extra 1%? So my answer to you is, and my explanation to you is, that once the base is being incremented, then that base now has the incremented value attached to it. Okay. Here 100, I'll just change the pen's color. 100 is the base. This is the plus or the increment. So 110 becomes our new base. 110 becomes our new base. Okay. Now at 11, after another 10% which came into the picture, the base had already changed to 110. That percentage came along with 11. That percentage got multiplied by 10%. 10 multiplied by 110 would give me 11. So this is the final answer. So the base is changing. Okay. The base is changing. That is why this 1% comes out to be extra. Or in another words, I can say that I have to add 10% once, then I have to add the second 10%. Then I need to get the answer of 10% on 10% divided by 100. Okay? 10 into 10 upon 100. Why is only 110 being used over here? Why is only 110 being used over here? And why not two percentages sign are used over here? This might be your question. So I'll tell you what. First 10 is a percentage. The second 10 is also a percentage. Here, there cannot be two percentage signs, because when we are doing 10% of 10%, in this way, we are considering the second 10 to be a number and not a percentage. Okay, we are considering 10% to be a number and not a percentage. That is why two percentage signs won't come. Only a single percentage sign would come. And this would give me a final answer of 1. Okay, 10 plus 10 plus 1. And the answer is 21. 21%. Okay, I hope this is clear. I hope this way is clear. This way of solving questions is clear. Also, if the value first increases and then decreases, if the value first increases and then decreases, then what happens is the first symbol over here is by default plus. If there is a decrement, then by default this symbol becomes minus. And when plus and minus are multiplied together, the default answer is minus. Okay. So if you remember just one formula, this first formula, you don't have to remember any other formula, because you can easily play with the signs, with the positive or the negative sign, and then still achieve your goal. Okay. I hope I'm making myself very clear. This is a very basic successive percentage change question where two percentages cannot be simply added. Two percentages cannot be simply added to achieve a successive percentage ratio. They need to be added successively, one after the other. The impact of the first percentage would go to the second percentage. The impact of the first percentage would create a new base. The impact of the first percentage would create a new base which would be acted upon by the second percentage. Okay, I hope I'm making myself very clear over here. Moving to the questions of concept 10. The cost of apples increased by 20% and then decreased by 20%. What is the net percentage decrease? I'll simply be using the formula. And then I'll help you use it by assuming values. By assuming values. Okay. Now here I'm using the formula because there might be a day when you don't remember the formula, but there would definitely never be a day when you don't know how to assume values and still get to the right answer. Okay. Now we're going to talk about the formula. The formula here is x plus y plus x multiplied by y upon 100. I'll be focusing on the increased portion first and then on the decreased portion. Okay. It's x percentage minus y percentage minus xy upon 100. The minus sign is here because there is a decrement. And the minus xy sign is there because the first increment multiplied by, okay, this is the first increment multiplied by the second decrement gives the final answer. I'm writing F over here, gives the final answer to be a negative. Okay. Okay. So 20% plus 20% here plus, no, the plus would turn into minus. Okay. 20 minus 20% minus 20 into 20 upon 100. 0 with 0, 0 with 0. So this comes out to be, and this plus 20 and minus 20 get cancelled completely, because no matter how much is positive, but if you get another negative, which is of equal magnitude, they will cancel each other out. Okay. So minus 4, minus 4, or the net percentage decrease is 4%. Net percentage decrease. Got it? Got me? Now, assuming values. Okay. I will assume the value in this manner, that the apples cost me rupees 100. Be it one single apple, be it 1 kg of apple, be it 100 kgs of apple. I'm assuming that apples cost me 100. Okay. There is an increase of 20%. This would give me the value as 120 rupees. This would give me the value as 120 rupees. Now, considering 120 as the base, there is a decrease of 20%. Okay. This is 20% plus. There is a decrease of base 20% minus. Okay. There's a decrease of base 20%. Decrease of base 20%. And the base value here is 120. Now, applying the 20% minus on 120, I'm going to do it somewhere in the corner. Okay. Somewhere here in the corner. 120 multiplied by 20% minus. Or I can also write 100 minus 20, which is equal to 80%. Okay. 100 minus 20, 80%. The two zeros get cancelled in the numerator and the denominator. 8 2s are 16. 8 1s are 8, 96. Okay. Whatever we get here is 96 rupees. We started off with 100 rupees and now we are sitting at 96 rupees. So the base, the initial base, this is the first base, this is the second base, and this is the final point. We have to compare the two values between the first base and the final point. The first base value is 100 and the final base value is 96. So 100 minus 96 is equal to 4. Keeping the base same as 100, the question is asked, what is the percentage decrease, the net percentage decrease? Okay. So I've done a very, very small blunder here. Okay. The blunder is 100 minus 96 is definitely equal to 4. That will land me up in the right position. But the reality is that it should be final minus initial. Initial here being the first value. Okay. So it is 96 minus 100, which is equal to minus 4. The minus here denotes that there is a net percentage decrease or there is a loss. Okay. So it's minus 4 divided by 100 multiplied by 100, which would convert it into percentages. 100 this is the initial value. This is the initial. Okay. Initial, I've written it in a very, very bad handwriting. I'll just give me a moment. I'm going to change that. 100 is the initial. And this 100 is the percentage one. Okay. So initial and percentage one gets cancelled. So minus 4% is the final answer. I could have very easily let you go. I would have very easily told you that, okay, we are done. We are done with the formula. So let it be. But it's very important for you to learn the value of assuming values, unintended. Okay. The value of assuming values and the importance of assuming values. It can land you in a better space where you are more confident, because assuming values is the most practical way to deal with things. Okay, it is the most practical way to deal with things. Coming down to question 2 of concept number 10. Each side of a cube is decreased by 12%. Then what is the percentage decrease in the surface area? Okay, what is the percentage decrease in the surface area? Okay, now using my beautiful hands, I would try to draw a very beautiful 3D cube, which most of you would ask me, how come a cube, which is a 3-dimension figure, can be drawn on a 2-dimension plot? The thing that you're seeing on the screen is a 3-dimension figure being drawn on a 2-dimension plot. Okay, this is going back and this is going back. Okay, so I'll tell you, this is nothing but an illusion. There is a face in the front, there's a face in the back, on the left, on the right. The properties of cube, the main properties of cube are, the first one being that all sides are equal. Okay, if this room's length, I can interchange length and breadth. Okay, this is the length, this is the breadth, and this is the height. If all the sides are equal, then this can be called a cube. So it's talking about the surface area. Okay, it is talking about the surface area here. I'll tell you the formula of having the surface area of 4 walls, then also having the surface area, which is the total surface area, including the floor and the roof, the floor and the ceiling. Okay, the surface area, if it talks about surface area, then you have to remember it's only talking about the 4 walls. Okay, it's only talking about the 4 walls. If it is talking about total surface area, it is talking about 4 walls plus ceiling plus flooring. Okay, when I talk about the surface area, the entire surface area, I need to basically paint on each of the walls of the room. Okay, so if I paint, let's assume if I paint on one wall, I'm assuming that this particular thing to be a square. So if I have to paint on one wall, I would start painting from here and then I would move up whatever professional strokes it takes to paint a wall. I don't know that. But when I'm drawing it through my digital board, I know I just have to draw it this way. And I'm only applying one coat. Okay. I'm a very big miser. I'm only applying one coat. So this kind of question would not come in your examination of how many coats would you apply to to make the house feel really good or to make the wall look really good. Okay, so it's not about the coating. So I'm just like trying to put it in a better perspective, because as soon as I say the number of coats and everything, you people really get interested. Okay, he's talking about the number of coats as well. How good a maths teacher. Okay, after a very long day, this is what happens. You tend to go deeper and deeper and deeper into the question. Okay, so I'm applying basically one coat on one wall. So the amount of area that I'm covering in one wall is equal to a square, which is also equal to the area of the square or area of one square wall. Okay, one square wall. So when I'm doing it with 4 walls, the surface area would be 4a square. Okay, when I'm doing it with 4 walls, the surface area would be a square. Now there is some person is very finicky, somebody is very particular, and somebody is extremely meticulous about having a really good house. So what they'll do is they will also make the roof of the same color as the walls are, and they would also want to paint the floor. Just imagine people. There are people in the world who also want their floor to be painted when the 4 walls and the roof is getting painted. How weird is that? So when we're talking about the total surface area, the number of surfaces I have to paint are now 4. You got me? The number of surface areas I have to, no. The number of surface areas when I have to paint in a total surface area are now 6. The 4 walls including the roof and the floor. Okay. Total surface area is 6A square. Are we good? Are we doing fine? So it says the percentage decrease in surface area is, I've given you the entire theory of a cube. Okay. This is a cube that we are talking about over here. This is an entire cube, and this is a square wall. This is a cube. Surface area, total surface area. I will also try to teach you and try to tell you of the importance of knowing all these formulas, and the trivial thing about this thing being the trivial thing about the question being that we need not learn any formula. We need not know any formula to solve this particular question. Okay, I'll tell you why. I'll first solve the question and then I'll tell you why do we not need a formula in solving this type of question. Particularly here, the side of a cube is decreased twice. So there would be an impact of minus X% decrease, minus X% decrease, and then a minus minus would get cancelled. The minus minus would get cancelled and create a plus, and that would have an X square decrease upon 100. X square would be a factor in it. Okay. So I'll be plugging in the value immediately. Minus 12 plus 1.44. The point is coming here because of the 100, and 144 comes when 12 is multiplied with itself. This makes it 24 minus 24 plus 1.44. Minus 24 being a negative and a bigger number, it's gonna change. It's gonna change to minus 22, and the 0.44, when it is decreased by 100, it would come down to 56. Okay, so it means 22.56 is the net decrease in area. Okay, 22.56 is the net decrease in area. Now, about me solving this question. Using assumed values. I'll just help you with it. There is a 12% decrease. Okay. If the value was 25, then 3 decreased because of 12%, and it came down to 22. Then again, the other side was also decreased from 25 and it became 22. To make it a component of surface area, the values need to be multiplied twice. Okay, the values need to be multiplied twice. So 25 multiplied by 25 becomes 625, and 22 multiplied by 22 makes it 484. Got it? Now 484 when reduced from 625 gives a result of 1, then another 4, and then 1. This 141 would be divided by 625 and multiplied by 100. Okay, 25 25s are 25, 25 25 is a 625, and 25 4s are 100. I need to give the answer in percentages, so I would multiply another 4 here and another 4 here, because I need 100 in the denominator. 4 times 4 is 16. 16 ones are 16. 16 fours are 64. Yes, 64. 16 ones are 16. 64, 65. 6 in the carry. 16 ones are 16. 22.56%. 22.56% is the final answer. Okay. This is assumption based. And the reason I used 25 over here and did not go with 100 because this is what helps me get the answer in a limited calculated in calculation frame. Okay, it limits down my calculations a lot. That is why these are the assumptions which you also need to make, that instead of using 100 you can directly go for 25. Also, when I asked you, when I told you that you need not remember the formula, even if you forget the formula, you can still solve the question. In questions where area is asked, there is the best possibility, or maybe the reality as well. No, it is definitely the reality. In area questions, there are two successive increments or decrements. Okay, two successive increments or decrements. In volume, there are three successive increments or decrements. Okay, the variables involved would be three in volumes, and the variables involved in area would be two only. So when you know that the variables involved are two only, so you can quickly assume x to be 12% and the other y also to be 12% and plug in the values. In the upcoming concept, we would be using three variables as well. And that is where you might feel it is difficult, but trust me, it is still easy. Okay. Thank you. Okay, now we've reached concept number 11, which is the basic successive percentage change. And this time uh, we've used the concept number 10, where there were only two values, two percentage values. It was maybe x and y or maybe x and x, but we were applying the operation on only two values. But now we have to upgrade ourselves. We have to move to a point where we can do it with three values together. Okay. So what we've learned in the past slide was x plus y plus xy upon 100 would give us the answer of two successive percentage changes. How many? Two successive percentage changes. But if I have to do three, what I can actually do here is I can pick up the answer of the two successive percentage changes and plug it in into the same formula again with the third percentage change. Answer plus z plus answer multiplied by z divided by 100. This would give me the final result. Okay. So this is one way of taking things forward. This is one way of taking things forward with successive percentages when there are three percentage values. The second way is a formula based way. Is a formula based way. And the formula based way is a little tricky, but it can only and only be used when it should only and only be used when the numbers or the figures are very tricky. When the percentage changes are very tricky, then only you may apply the formula based change. Okay, the formula based formula is x plus y plus z or z minus xy plus yx plus zx whole divided by 100 plus x, y, z or z divided by 10,000. Okay, this kind of scenario, this thing should only and only be used when I'm writing it in the bracket, when percentage change values are difficult to solve. Okay, difficult to solve, difficult to decipher. Let's assume 37%, 28%, 29%. and these things do not have a proper fractional value. They cannot be changed into, let's say, 1 by 4 or 1 by 5 very easily. So that is when formula based percentage change, successive percentage change formula kicks in. Okay, moving on to the third option. The third option has been explained here, that the final percentage or the final answer, this would depend on the initial answer. Pretty obvious. That would depend on the initial answer or the initial value. I've written answer as wrong. Multiplied by 100 plus minus x, that is the first percentage change, divided by 100, multiplied by 100 plus minus y upon 100, and multiplied by 100 plus minus z whole upon 100. Okay, so you get it. I think I'll just take you to one of the previous slides, and I believe I have made you solve it in this fashion. This assumption based thing that we did here, I'm sorry, I have to backtrack myself to the previous slide. This assumption based thing that happened here, this was based on this formula: 100 plus minus x, 100 plus minus y, 100x plus minus z. Okay, uh, how it was involved in that manner? I just reduced it from 100 down to 25 and worked on 25. Had I worked on 100, had I worked on 100, and this is very important, the students who are watching this particular video for the first time, no matter you subscribe or not, no matter you like me or not, please go to the video which says percentage concept chapter number 10. Learn this assumption based method and apply it using 100. Apply it using 188. Okay, as I speak of 188 and you've seen this video beforehand, you would be able to understand what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is for those who watched the previous video. This is a bummer for the ones who've come here. This is a bummer for the ones who've come here for the first time. I would request you to go and watch the previous video, because in the previous video I have taught you how to talk about basic successive percentage changes when there are two variables, and successive cannot exist without having two variables or having two percentage questions. Okay, coming back to my basic successive percentage change of three values. Okay, this is the way you have to solve things, and this is the I'm so sorry. This is the way the final answer has been taught. The final answer can be achieved. Okay. I request all of you also to hydrate themselves. Okay. So this is a question which we'll be solving. We'll be employing maybe all of the three methods over here. But let me start off with the most basic and the easiest one, which is option number 3. The price of a scooter increases successively by 10%, by 5%, and by 15%. What is the total percentage increase in the price of the scooter? Okay, what is the total percentage increase in the price of the scooter? I'll use the formula. The final value is equal to the initial value, multiplied by 100 plus 10% for once, 100 plus 5% for the next, and 100 plus 15% for the last time. Okay, my handwriting might feel terrible because it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort when you have to write the long ways of solving it. But you'd see a much more beautiful handwriting when I try to verbally solve this for you. Okay, we are assuming that the initial value was 100. Now we're going to multiply it. Okay, so this is 110. Okay, so 10% extra. Reduce it to the bare minimum possible. That is 11 upon 10. Initially it was 10, 10% increase would come in the numerator. Okay. The numerator would always be bigger than the denominator in cases where the percentage change is happening in a positive way. The percentage change is happening in a positive way. The percentage change is increasing the value. Okay. The bigger the numerator, the bigger the output. The bigger the denominator, the smaller the output. Okay. The bigger the numerator, the bigger the output, the bigger the denominator, the smaller the output. Okay. Talking about denominator, maybe in a few successive questions, again, pun intended, in a few successive questions, I will help you understand why the denominator being big is a problem for us, which would give us a smaller answer. Okay. Just see this. Solving it again, 105 upon 100. Okay, just put your brains to it. 105, lowest possible value. Cut it by 21 and 20. Okay, this is 20 and 21. Okay, 115. Again, lowest possible value 20 and 23. Okay, by what is the total percentage increase in the price of the scooter? Okay, 21s are 25s are. We are sitting at 23 multiplied by 21 multiplied by 11 multiplied by 5 whole divided by 200. Okay. Now let me start solving it. 23 into 21. 21 threes are 63. 6 would be here. 21 twos are 42. 42 plus 6, 483. Why am I solving? Why am I using the bigger numbers first? I've already told you about it. I've already told you about it. The answer is, the answer is, tell me why. The answer is that bigger calculations can be done much sooner and should be done much earlier. And once they are done, you are relieved to reach the answer finally. If you see the bigger problem to be in the end, you might never reach the answer. Okay, now I'm multiplying it. 11 threes are 33, then 8, 11 eights. Okay, there is a way to multiply things with 11. Use the last digit here. Use the last digit, copy it straight away. Now 3 plus 8 is 11. 1 would be here. 1 would be in the air. 8 plus 4 is 12. 1 would be 12 plus 1 would be 13. 1 in the air. Uh, 4 plus 1 would be 5. 4 plus 1 would be 5. And 4 would come here directly. 4, 5, 3, 1, 3. Is it correct? Is it correct? Let me just check it out. Okay. Let me just check it out if it is correct or not. 11 threes are 33. My answer was 4, 5, 3, 1, 3. Okay. 11 threes are 33. 11 eights are 88. 88 plus 3, 91. 9 would go ahead. 11 fours are 44. 44 plus 9 is 43. 44 plus 9 is 43. 11 fours are 44. Um, yeah, it's 4, 3, 1, 3. Maybe I'm making a small calculation mistake. I'll just try to solve it here first. 4 ones are 4, 5 ones are 5, 5 fours are 20. Let it be this. Now I am just concerned about this. 11 threes are 33, 11 eights are 88, 88 plus 3 would be 91, 9 would go in the carry, 11 fours are 44, 44 plus 9 is 53, 53. It's 5313. Okay, it's not this, it is 5313. 5313 divided by 40. I'm going to use 4 directly here. See, I am not going to ask the senior to edit out my mistake. Okay. I will not ask the senior, or I will not ask the person who is editing the video to edit out my mistake, because I want you to see that me as a teacher, me as a person, me being your mentor, I am also bound to making mistakes. And if this is the reason why tricks should not be employed in each and every question. I was trying to employ the trick. I was trying to employ the trick. It did not work for me. I had to go the standard way. So you should learn that trick is not required. But if you still want to learn the trick is this. because I found the mistake in my trick. The last number would come as it is. 3 plus 8 would be 11. 4 plus 8 would be 12. 12 plus 1 would be 13. 1 would be carried forward. 1 would be added with 4. That would become 5. 5313. This is how 483 is multiplied by 11. Okay. Need not use this trick every time because somebody like me who's been taking these exams like forever now, I'm still getting confused at times. So it's better you go the longer way. It's hardly going to take you 10 seconds, but taking the correct answer in the right time is our aim. Okay. Maybe a little more time, no problem, but take the correct answer. Okay. Now trying to see the percentage change in the price. Okay. Just a minute. Okay. 4 ones are 4, 4 threes are 12, 11, 4 twos are 8, 4 eights are 32. Okay. So the total percentage change is 32 is 132. Okay. So I need to subtract 100 from here and the answer comes out to be 132.8 or simply 32.8. I need to subtract 100 from here because the answer is coming out to be 132. And here we've added 100 everywhere. We've added 100 everywhere. That is why the answer is coming out to be a part of 100. Of how much more by 100? So it is 132.8. So 32.8 is the final answer. Okay. I'll try to explain it one more time. The formula is final value is equal to initial value plus the increment in the first value, then another increment in the second percentage, increment through the third percentage. And this is how I've just solved it. Okay. If you have a faster method, please go ahead, please solve it. No problem. Uh, Concept 11, question number 2. If both the length and breadth of a cuboid are increased by 12%, then by how much percentage the height should be reduced so the volume of the cuboid remains the same? Okay, this is a really good question. I'm going to use it. I'm going to solve it by using two options. The first one being successive. Successive for 2. Okay. Increase is 12% plus 12 plus 12 plus 1.44. This gives me 25.44. Now there is supposed to be a decrease. Okay. Because the height is supposed to be reduced. The height is supposed to be reduced. Now 25.44 minus x, which is the reduction in height, minus x, which is the reduction in height, minus 25.44 minus multiplied by x divided by 100. And the final outcome should be 0 so that the volume of the cuboid remains same. Okay, so the next percentage change which should happen with 25.44 should be such that the final answer comes out to be 0. Okay, so I'll help you solve it. 25.44 minus this whole equation, this whole equation can be solved with the help of x. Okay, so 100x would come here in minus and you already have minus 25.44 with the coefficient of x. So I can take x common over here and easily say that minus is also common outside. That 125.44 upon 100 is equal to 0. Now taking it on the other side, we're forgetting about the minus sign because the minus sign would automatically go away. The value of x is equal to 25 The value of 2 here is not looking good enough. The value of x here is 25.44 whole divided by 125.44 multiplied by 100 multiplied by 100. Now, I have four options. The four options are pretty distinct. They have good gaps. The differences are pretty huge. There's a difference of maybe 8 here, or maybe if I consider 24 to be the correct answer, there's a gap of 10 here, there's a gap of 4 here, there's another gap of 4 here. So you can figure out the answer. Okay, I'll tell you how. If I start canceling with 2, it's gonna take me a lifetime, or maybe it's gonna be a nightmare for so many of you if I start canceling it down with 2. So I'm assuming that there is nothing in the decimal. You can do this provided the options are distinct and the options are far apart. Okay, if the options are very close, let's assume 20.28, 20.30, 20.95, 20.1. You cannot do this. Okay, let's assume that 25.44 is nothing but 25 only, and 125.44 is nothing but 125 only. It breaks down the question so very well for all of us. 25 ones are 25 fives are 5 ones are 5 twenties are 20. So the answer is somewhat 20%. The answer is somewhat 20%. You got it? Did you get it? Okay. I'll help you understand it with the other way now. I'm again assuming the length and the breadth to be 25 initially. Okay. And now there is an increase of 12%. The 12% of 25 is an increase of 3. So 25 plus 3 is 28. 25 plus 3 is again 28. Now, this increase has to be these things are getting multiplied. So 625 is the multiplication of these two. Then in terms of 28, what is the square of 28? Okay, people who might not know the square of 28, I will give you a straight value because I also calculate the square not in the multiplicative way, but there is a beautiful trick that I use. 8 squares are 64, 2 squares are 04. Okay, 8 twos are 16, 16 twos are 32. 32. This comes out to be 8 and this is 784. Okay, now this 784 needs to be reduced in such a manner that no change in volume comes up. Now I'll have to find out the gap between 784 and 625. Okay, I'm gonna write 625 over here and gonna say minus. This is 9 and 7 minus 2 is 5 and this is gonna be 1. So 159 159 upon 625 multiplied by 100. There's some issue with the pen. Okay, multiplied by 100. 159 by 625 multiplied by 100. This would give you the answer and it would be very much close to 20%. Okay, it would be very much close to 20%. All right, so moving on, we have concept number 12 over here. And the concept number 12 says it's a mensuration based thing and it's an area based thing. Let the length be L and the breadth be B. If length is increased by X% and B is increased by Y%, then the area is increased by X plus Y and X plus Y. We've already done it. If there is a decrease, then X plus Y minus XY. I've already done it. I've told you the way would be the minus sign would come inside and it is minus X because there is a decrease, minus Y because there is another decrease, and minus XY would turn to plus XY. Why would minus xy turn to plus xy? The reason is very simple. That two minuses, when they get multiplied, they cut each other off and they produce plus. Okay, they produce a plus sign. The length and breadth of a rectangle The length and breadth of a rectangle are increased by 8% and 5% respectively. So by how much area would the by how much percentage will the area of the rectangle increase? I'm going to use the basic formula over here. So 8% plus 5% plus 8 multiplied by 5 upon 100. That gives me 13 plus 40 upon 10 is 0.4. The answer would be 13.4%. Okay, good enough? Understood? Moving on. If the length of rectangle is decreased by 13% and the breadth is increased by 13%, find the percentage change in its area. Again, I'm going to use the most basic formula. The length is decreased by minus 13%, and the breadth is increased by plus 13%. Okay, decrease and increase 13%. Now the plus and the minus would give it a minus sign over here, and 13 square is 169. So 169 I'm writing here straight away. And just to not let the question pass you over, I'm also going to write 100 over here. The question bulldoze you, not to let the question bulldoze you. I'm going to write 100 over here. Okay, this is the bracket which is closing up. This is the fine line between the numerator and the denominator. The minus things cancel themselves up, and 1.69 intact with a minus sign, which shows there is a decrease in area. There is a decrease in area. Okay, I would also take up this percentage concept number 13. It's pretty cool. I'll tell you why. The concept here, what I'm talking about is the change in volume. Okay, as I've already told you in the previous slides, when we talk about area, we talk about two quantities. When we talk about volume, we talk about three quantities. We talk about three quantities when we talk about volume. In area, there can be length and breadth. Okay. In area, there can be length and breadth. In volume, there can be length, breadth, and height. Things might, like in terms of spheres, there you might see an r cube in the equation, r being the radius of the sphere in terms of volume. In terms of cubes, you might see an a cube. Why would I even say might? You will see an a cube when you talk about the volume of cubes. You would see all the answers in centimeter cubes, meter cubes, in liters. Liters means volume. When you're filling up a bottle, we talk about volume. Okay? So I'll just help you. Understand how this thing works. Okay? This is a bottle and it is filled with water. Okay? Let us assume the water to be full. Let's assume that there is no space and the water is full. Okay, I'm using a bottle, and if you find the water to be a little dirty, then trust me, this is not dirty. This is electrol powder. This is an ORS. Okay, an oral rehydration solution. Oral rehydration solution. This is used by many people on a daily basis to for helping the water be retained in the body. Okay, this is an oral rehydration solution, so this is not plain water. So this ORS, let's assume it is full. Now, what I'm doing here is I might be like in a practical sense, I would try to push the bottle down and I would decrease the height of the bottle. Okay, I will push the bottle down and I would decrease the height of the bottle. And in this way, I have to give an answer of how it would affect the volume of the water in it, or the volume or the space which can be occupied inside the bottle. Okay, okay. Also, what the other thing what I can do is, if you see the bottle from this side, see, if you see the bottle from this side, I think this is also a decent representation. Okay, this is a flask. This might work for you. Okay, if you see it from this side, this is the center over here. Okay, this is the center over here, and this is a little dirty, but it's okay for figurative purposes and for all practical purposes. This can remain dirty. So this is the center over here, and this is the radius that we're talking about. When I talk about this is the diameter, the longest possible chord. Okay. So when I tend to increase the diameter, when I tend to increase increase the diameter, then this also will result in change of a volume. If I increase the diameter, the pot becomes bigger, the vessel, the glass becomes bigger, and more liquid can be added in it. When I compress, when I compress, so there is a possibility that the air which is inside might become less, and the water which will come inside would not be sufficient for you to quench your thirst. Okay, so I hope you understand. I hope you've understood everything. So what I was talking about here is that the area is a two-dimensional quantity. There are two dimensions involved, one length and one breadth. Volume is a three-dimensional quantity. There are three dimensions involved. Okay, or anything that is there would be multiplied three times. So please keep this in mind. Okay, so uh, here the original, there would be a percentage increase or a percentage decrease. That percentage increase or decrease would be found out having the initial volume, the initial volume or the original volume in the base and having the change here. Okay, so I've explained you the entire formula pretty well. Moving down to the question directly. If the radius of a right circular cylinder is decreased by 10% and the height is increased by 10%, then the percentage increase oblique decrease in its volume is. Okay, might sound a pretty tricky. Okay, so this is the cylinder that I have over here. This is one circle. This is another circle, and I'm assuming that the circle above is equal in terms of the size is equal. Okay, this is the radius of the cylinder, and this is the depth or the height of the cylinder. This is the height of the cylinder. I'm giving you a quick glance into the volume of the cylinder. Okay, I'm using the formula of volume over here. What does volume say? Volume is measured by the area of the base being a circle over here, volume being pi r square multiplied by h, multiplied by h. Okay, it's basically having a disk, a round circular disk, and stacking the height on it, and it becoming bigger. So the number of stacks of height. Okay, I'm deliberately vibrating this hand for you to know that I'm stacking. Okay, I'm stacking the height 1, height 2, height 3, height 4, height 5, height 6, height 7, height 8, height 9, height 10. It can go to the entire height. So when you have this entire height available with you and you multiply it with the flat tops means these, the flat tops over here, the flat top, that is when you get the volume. Okay, so the volume is pi r square h. Now it's telling me that the radius has decreased by minus 10% and the height has increased by plus 20%. So what is the final change? Okay, the radius is coming twice. Okay, and the height is coming once. So we have three variables over here. The first radius, the second radius, they are same, but the first radius and the second radius, which is equal, but coming twice because it's a volume formula. The first radius and the second radius and the height. So I'm gonna solve it that way. It's minus 10 plus 10 into 10 upon 100. I'm using the same formula. Okay, minus 10, and this would be 1. So this would create minus 19%. Okay, I've already solved such a question. Now this is the answer which is coming through radius only. Okay, this answer is coming through radius only. Now I need to take into account the height. The height is in an increasing fashion. The height is in an increasing fashion, so I would use a plus sign. The plus sign of the height, let me repeat, the plus sign of the height when introduced with the knife, when collated, not introduced, when collided, you can even call collided, when collided with the radius, which is negative, it comes out to be a negative again. So plus 20 and minus 19. These two are multiplied 20 into 19 upon 100. 19 to the 38, 380. 380 upon 100 is 3.8, minus 3.8. Okay. So minus 19 plus 20 is 1%. 1% minus 3.8. 1% minus 3 point, the answer is minus 2.8%. Okay. You see how easily this all comes out to be. How easily all this comes out to be. So concept number 13, I have used a rough area extension. I thought it will be useful, but it is not useful right now. Then coming down to this question. This question is pretty good. It says the length, breadth, and height of a cuboid are in the ratio 1 is to 2 is to 3. The length, breadth, and height of the cuboid are increased by 200%, 300%, and 300% respectively. Then compared to the original volume, the increase in the volume of the cuboid will be. The increase in the volume of the cuboid will be. This is the question. Okay. So here I go. Let's assume this 1 is to 2 is to 3 to be 100, 200, and 300. Or is it at all required? Because we already have huge percentages. Let it stay as 1, 2, and 3. This is a cuboid. Okay, this is a cuboid. So the volume of a cuboid is equal to length, breadth into height. So the volume here comes out to be 6 because I'm multiplying the length into breadth into height. This comes out to be 6 unit cube. This comes out to be 6 unit cube. Now I'll be focusing on the increase. The length increases by 200. 200% means twice of it was added into it. So this came down to 3. 300 means thrice of this was added into it. Thrice of this is 6. 6 plus 2 is 8. And thrice of this, 3 3s are 9. 9 plus 3, 12 was added into it. So these are the new dimensions of the cuboid. These are the old dimensions, these are the new dimensions. But the new dimensions are not in absolute quantities. The new dimensions are also in ratio. As the first one, this is an initial ratio. The first one is an initial ratio. And the second one here, this is a final ratio. Okay, so I'm going to multiply it. The big numbers first. 12 8s are 96 and 96 3s are. Had I multiplied 96 3s are, had I multiplied 100 into 3, that would have given me 300. But 96 is 4 less than 100. So if I subtract 4 into 3 from 300, I'll get the same answer. Okay, you have to focus on me when I speak. I said I have 12 8s are 96. Now 96 times 3 is a little tricky, But if I take it in this direction, but if I take it in this direction, that 12 8s are 96 and 96 multiplied by 3, I'll do a mental calculation. 100 3s are 300 and minus 4, 4, 4, 3 times. Minus 12, it's 288. Okay. comes down to 288. Okay. Now this 288 needs to be checked of what is going on. Initially, I started off with 6. Now I am sitting at 288. 6 fours are 24. I'm dividing it first, okay? This is the initial and this is the final. 6 fours are 24, 48, 6 eights are 48. The volume has become 48 times of itself, okay? It has become 48 times of itself. It means there is one time which is being repeated. There is one time which is being repeated. That is why this 6 is also included over here. So I will subtract that one time from here and the answer becomes 47. For the ones who did not understand this, I will try to break it down in a different manner. Okay, I will not depreciate your mind's value or your self confidence by saying, no, 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 there is an easier way. The other way is also equally tough, or the other way is also equally easy. But let me be very clear with you of what I'm talking about. Here it says compared to the original volume, the increase. This is the original one, and this is the final one. Okay. If I remove the final from the initial, that would give me an increase. That would give me an increase. Please pardon my French in writing. Pardon my French means I am abusing. Okay. Pardon my French means I am abusing and I'm sorry for that. And please do not focus on the abuse that I did. When I say pardon my French in writing, okay, so this is not an idiom. Pardon my French is an idiom. Pardon my French in writing means that I'm writing really badly, so please ignore that. And I believe my voice is coming very steadily and very smoothly. It's much better than the handwriting. It will really help you solve the question. So the increase here is 288 minus 6, which becomes 282. And 282 when divided by 6, it would sharply give you 47 as the answer. Okay, it will give you 47 as the answer. So need not worry about it. I've solved concept number 13 as well. This is an extension area not required now. So we'll be moving to concept number 14 soon. Thank you. Hi. So we'll be starting off with concept number 14 today. The concept number 14 is mostly based on commodity based on depreciation or demand based questions. Okay. The concept 14 talks about the depreciation or increment based concepts. So here's one value of the incremented value being equal to the original value multiplied by 10 plus x or 10 minus x upon 100. Here x is the percentage change or the percentage increase or decrease. Now I'll tell you something really like fascinating about it. If you look at the formula, the first formula, the increment incremented value is equal to the original value multiplied by 100 plus x divided by 100. Okay, I'll just change the pen and show you what I'm talking about. If this 100 plus x goes in the denominator of the incremented value, now the incremented value has a denominator that is bigger in size. Okay, the incremented value has a denominator that is bigger in size. And I have taught you in one of the previous classes that whenever the denominator is big in size, it would reduce the final output of the fraction. So in this manner, if something is already incremented and I have given it a higher denominator, uh, an inflated denominator, so it would automatically bring down the incremented value back to its original value. Also, if I write it in this manner, that incremented value is equal to original value, then I can say that the original value is equal to the 100% which is written in the denominator, and the incremented value is equal to 100 plus X%, which is written in the denominator of itself. So this shows that the equation is balanced on both ways. When I say the word equation itself means that there is a balance between both the sides. So I hope you understand what I am talking about over here. This will be clearer when I solve a question for you. The price of a bike is 75,500. What will be the price of a bike after reduction of 17%? I'm assuming the price of the bike was 100 and there is a reduction of 17 now. Okay, 17% minus. So out of 100, when I reduce 17%, it only leaves 83% with me. Okay, and now I have to multiply this 83% with the 75,500 multiplied by 83%. Okay, as the 83%. Now I have a really cool thing to give you. 75,500 is the proper amount, is the original value. Now if had I multiplied this 75,500 with 100%, the I have multiplied it by 100%. Okay, so the output would be equal to 75,500 because I am multiplying it with one quantity which is complete in itself. Okay, I am multiplying it with one quantity which is complete in itself. Similarly, if now I am multiplying it with a quantity which is not complete in itself, it is lesser than 100%, so the output would be lesser. And why is the output lesser? Because in the question it says there is going to be a reduction. Reduction of how much? Reduction of 17%. So 755 multiplied by 83. Okay, I will show it with another color thing, with another color marker. This percentage sign can be cancelled out with the last two zeros. Okay, because the percentage sign would give you 100 in the denominator and they can be cancelled out. I'm just skipping steps to help you understand how quickly things can be done. Now, this can be multiplied pretty easily. Okay, now 3 5s are 15, 3 5s are 15, another 16, 3 7s are 21, another 22. Multiplied by 8 5s are 40, 0 4, 8 5s are 40, 44, 4 ahead, 8 7s are 56, 56 plus 4 is 60. Now 5, 6, 6, 6, 2. So this is the price, this is the new price of the bike, which is now the reduced price of the bike. Cool. So thank you. Moving on to the next question. This is an important question. This is following the same concept which we have used in the past, hide and seek. Okay, I have used this concept with you in the past, so I'll help you understand this question. Victoria purchased items that had a combined face value of 4,000 rupees. When I talk about combined face value, it means that let's assume that I have a diary over here. This is the diary that I have, and this diary I wish to buy. So I take it to the counter, and the counter display, the display where they ask me what is the money I have to pay, that shows 40,000, like 4 lakh. That shows 4 lakh dollars as a combined value. Okay. It means I have bought 4 5 diaries and the total value comes out to be 4 lakh. There was a discount offered of 10% on the portion of cash payment made, and there was a surcharge on the portion of credit card payment made. Okay. There was a surcharge on the portion of credit card payment made. If Victoria paid 378,000 as the total money, then what is the amount that she paid via credit card, including surcharges? Okay. The question is being asked to tell the amount paid using credit card plus surcharges, and we in the question we have two ways of paying it: credit card plus surcharges, and cash. Okay, so it's cash minus discount. Cash minus discount. So what we'll do is we will hide the credit thing. Why? Why am I hiding the credit thing right now? Because if I hide the credit thing, this would come out in the end and would give me the final answer. Okay. So 4 lakh, 4 lakh was supposed to be paid. $4 lakh was supposed to be paid. One place there was a 10% discount, and the other place was there a 2% surcharge. Okay. So when I talk about 100% and there is a 2% surcharge, I talk about 102%. When I talk about discount, there is a discount of 10%, so I talk about paying only 90%. This, if I wish to pay only 90%, I will have to use cash. If I wish to pay, like if you wish to pay 102%, I would use my credit card. I'm using the word card over there. Okay. Now to do the calculations, I just change my pen color. 102% and 90%. So as I've told you that I would seek only the cash part of it. So 90% of 40,000 of 4 lakh, that is equal to, I'm just writing it down like quickly, okay? 90% of 4 lakh dollars, 4 LK, 4 lakh dollars. That is equal to 3 lakh $60,000. Okay, we have $3,60,000 which are with us, which we have to pay. But originally she paid $3,78,000. She paid $3,78,000. What is the extra amount that she had to pay? What is the extra amount that she had to pay? That is $18,000. The $18,000 comes with the difference between 378 and 360. Okay, the $18,000 she had to pay extra. Now, where did the $18,000 come from? Because we were committing a mistake, and the mistake was very deliberate. And the deliberate mistake was that we were considering the entire payment has been done in cash. But the entire payment was not done in cash. Some part of it was done in credit card, some part of it was done in cash. How much was the difference between the credit card and the cash payment? The gap was 12%. The gap was 12%. And this gap is visible in the 18,000 which we had to pay. If I cancel out this 18,000 with the 12%, removing the percentage sign, I introduce 100 over here, and 12, 15 is 180. So it tells me that 1,50,000 dollars, $1,50,000 was paid through $1,50,000 was paid through what card? And this has reappeared. This is the magic of solve and match with me. This is the magic of knowing this very beautiful trick of hide and seek. Now, this $1,50,000 is not the final answer. It has asked that there is a surcharge which needs to be included. So the reappeared card would have a surcharge of 2%. Applying the 2% on 1,50,000, the percentage cuts away two zeros, and 2 multiplied by 1,500 would give us 3,000. So 1,53,000 is the final answer. Got it? So this is the final answer. Moving on, there is a concept of population increase and decrease. First of all, there is an original population. There is an original population of a town, and X% increment has been done in the population. If it is done only once, I would multiply it with 100 plus X upon 100. Make sense? Does it make sense? 100 plus X upon 100 would be the population that has increased only once. If it increases one more time with the same percentage, I would again multiply it with 100 plus X upon 100. Let's assume this goes on year. Okay? In year on year basis, this happens multiple times. If it happens, let's say for n number of years, so we would have a power, an exponent, okay, a power of n with it. So the number of times it is multiplied. So this formula is nothing but the population increase by percentage for n number of years. Okay, so you understand the derivation of where I'm coming from. Similarly, if I introduce this sign with a minus, this will talk about population decrement or the population decrease for that particular year. So the population n years ago would be equal to the original population divided by this thing option. Okay. So what is happening over here is this is the old population and this is the original population. This is the old, or you may even say new population. What actually happens is it depends. If you are going in the forward direction, it is the new population. If you are moving in the reverse direction, this is the old population. So it depends solely on the person. Also, if there is an increment decrement with different percentage value, so they can be introduced as plus x plus y plus z, or minus x minus y minus z. Okay, so here are the main areas of increment as well as decrement. Increment, decrement, increment, decrement. This can be a cycle as well. So moving on to the question straight away, so that you get a very clear picture of what I'm talking about. During the first year, the population of a town increased by 10%, and during the next year, the population decreased by 10%. If the total population of the year was 19,800 at the end of the second year, find the population by the beginning of the first year. Okay, beginning of the first year. We're talking. We are sitting at year one, we are sitting at year two, and there is a beginning and end. Okay, at the end of second year, the population size is 19,800. At the beginning of the first year is the question mark of what is it. There is an increment of 10% plus first, and there is a decrement of 10% secondly. And that brings us to the option of 19,800. So what I'll do is I'll implement the most basic formula which I have. The most basic formula is that the 19,800 has a component. The 19,800 has a component of 90% in it, and if it is multiplied by 100, it would give me the population of second year beginning. Okay, this is second year beginning. Second year beginning can be also said as first year and can also be said as first year end. So this comes out to be 9 to the 18, 9 to the 18, and 1000. So the second year beginning had 2200, 22,000 as the population. Taking one more step ahead, I'll give you a short way as well. Okay, need not worry about it. 22,000. Now this 22,000 has some component of a plus 10%. Okay, has a concept of plus 10%. This plus 10%. This component of plus 10% needs to be seen of where it is coming from. It is hidden inside 22,000. So this component of 110% has to be released. After taking it out, the answer comes out to be 20,000. The answer comes out to be 20,000. This was the population at the first year end. And this is the population of first year beginning. And this was the same thing which was asked for. Find the population at the beginning of the first year. Okay, I'll give you a very short way of doing it. Just look at this. This is the first year population at the beginning. There was a 10% increase. It became 1100, 110. Then there was a decrease of 10%. 10% minus from this is 11 minus from 110. That would give me 99. The question says that the value of 99 is equal to 19,800. Then what is the value of 100? 19800 divided by 99 multiplied by 100. The answer of this would be equal to 20,000. This entire story could have been solved in a single line as well. This is the shortest thing here. See how beautiful this is. This is the shortest method. This is the shortest method available. So this is how you understand. This is how you go ahead with time. Okay. Moving on. Now, this is a really crazy question. This is a really, really crazy question that has come in multiple exams. And trust me, I call it crazy because there are easier ways to solve it and people have really difficult ways to solve it. This particular entire theory, you may read it on your own. You may read it on your own, but I have a very small concept. The question says that there is a girl, her name is Meera, and there is a boy, his name is Shyam. Okay? There is a girl, Meera, and there is a boy, Shyam. Meera scored some X percentage of marks and she failed. Failed. Okay. She failed. There is Sham. He scored some Y percentage of marks and he passed. And passed not on the border, but he overpassed. What do we mean by overpassed? Let's say that 40% is the benchmark for passing the exam and you score 60%. If your friend scores 40%, he passes. If you score 60%, you pass. He also passes, you also pass. So we can't say we are not able to differentiate between you and your friend because both of you come out of the examination hall out of after seeing your result and say I've passed, I've passed. So there is no competition. There is no there is no way to see who has scored more, who has scored less. So there is something called overpassing. Overpassing means how much extra, how much extra you've scored above the standard pass percentage. How much extra have you scored? 60%. 60% is equal to 20% plus pass. So you understand? 20% plus pass. So similarly, when I have to equate both of them, and if Mira has failed, if Mira scores 39%, she fails. If Mira scores 20%, she again fails. If Mira is crying at 39%, I can tell her that there is no need to cry because you failed by 1 mark. If Mira is crying by 20% and she's just sobbing, I'll tell her, Mira, you need to cry profusely. You need to let it all out. You need to cry very hard because you actually couldn't do very well. And after she's done crying, then I'll tell her, okay, we have a mission to achieve. We have to work harder next time. Okay? I'll be a little strict. And if she's on the corner, I'll tell her, need not worry. Next time, you just have to score 1% extra to pass. So if Mira is failing, so I have to add the same mark of failing by, of how many marks she is failing by. If Sham is passing, I have to subtract, I have to subtract the marks by of passing by, of how many marks he is passing by. In the very clear, in clarity, what needs to be done is look at here. Mira percentage plus failing by is equal to Sham percentage minus passing by. Okay, got it? This entire story is going to remain in percentage terms, and this entire story would remain in numeric form or absolute form. Absolute. Okay, absolute. Absolute. Okay, moving on directly to the question. Geeta scored 30% and failed by 50 marks, while Sandeep scored 45 marks and got 25 marks extra. This is the overpassing, which I have talked to you about. Overpassing. more than the minimum marks required to pass. How many marks did Wimble get if she scored 64% marks? Okay, I'm going to use a very strong unitary method over here. And for the students who haven't seen the videos in the past, please see the videos. I have given 4 or 5 good cues. I have given you 4 or 5 good methods. You would do a lot better if you saw those videos and then came down to this video. Overpassing and scoring less. Now the score of Geeta is 30% and she was left behind by 50 marks. Sandeep scored 45% and got 25 plus 25 marks more. So this benchmark of Geeta scoring 30% and scoring an additional 50% would bring her to the border of passing. This on the right hand side, this on the right hand side, having 45% mark and reducing your marks by 25 would bring you to the border, back to the passing point. And these two borders are equal because there is one single line of passing. Beyond that, everybody passes. Beyond this, everybody fails. Okay? Beyond this, everybody passes. Beyond this, everybody fails. So, this is the point I'm making over here. This 30%, now you'll ask me what 30% are. 30% is equal to max mark multiplied by 30 upon 100. Okay? This is max mark multiplied by 30 upon 100. 30 can be written as 30m plus 50, and this 45% can be written as 45m minus 25. 30m can go here, it can become 15m, and 25 can go here and it can become 75 marks. So 15m is equal to 75 and the value of m can be equal to 5 marks. Okay, the value of m can be 5 marks. Now 100% m, this is 1m. Okay, 100% m is equal to 500 marks. And the question says, what is 64% m? So 64% m multiplied by 500 upon 100 is the final answer. 320. Okay, so 320 is the final answer. I hope you've understood. If you haven't understood, please reach out to me through the comments and I'll definitely help you out. The second question here is, Ravi scored 20% marks in an exam and failed by 25 marks. If he scored 50% marks and then he gets 20%, 20 marks more than the passing marks, what is the passing marks for the exam? 20% and failing by 25 is equal to 50%, and overpassing is minus overpassing by 20. This equation is set, taking 20% here, 30% here, or 30m is equal to 20 here as 45. Now the value of n is equal to 45 upon 30, and I need 100m, which is equal to the maximum mark. Maximum mark. Okay. 45 upon 30 is equal to 100. 3 is equal to 15. It comes out to be 150 marks. Now, 150 marks are the maximum marks. We can plug in the value over here in the first equation. The first equation says 20% of n, or the maximum mark, plus 25 is equal to pass. Okay, 20% of 150 is equal to 30, right? 30 plus 25 is equal to 55 marks. Okay, I'm just doing a small calculation over here. 20% of 150 is equal to 30. 30 plus 25 dot is equal to 55. So this is the formula. There is a situation, a very frequent real life situation over here, which says that the expenditure is equal to consumption into price. What happens here is that you wish to have sugar and the price of sugar is X. So, and the sugar which you need to have is 5 kg and the price of this is X. So the total expenditure which you would make on sugar would be equal to 5 kg multiplied by X. Sorry, I hope you understand. 5 kg multiplied by the price, the X price would be in rupees and this would give you a cost. Okay, this would give you a cost of how things are working. If you're able to understand, I'll just help you understand this. If the price increases by X%, then the consumption can be decreased by X upon X plus 100. And if the price decreases, then the consumption can increase by X upon 100 minus X. Okay, so I'll tell you what happens. You love sugar. Okay, you love to have some pudding prepared every day at your home. You love to have muffins, you love to have donuts, and you love sugar. You love sugar, but you have limited income. So you designate only paying 200 rupees for the sugar. Okay. No matter what quantity comes, you never increase your budget. Okay. So we can call it the sugar budget. The sugar budget is 200 rupees. There are good times when sugar is 20 rupees per kg and you get a good lot of 10 kg home. Okay. And then there are bad times. Bad time meaning the cost of sugar is 40 rupees per kg. 40 rupees per kg. And by that time, you can only get 4 kg sugar. home. Okay. So this variation comes when the price increases, you tend to bring less of the quantity home. Because if you are not willing to move the budget, if you're not to increase the budget, the shopkeeper is not willing to give you extra goods. Okay. The shopkeeper is not willing to give you extra goods if you are not willing to move your budget. So this is something very important we should need to see. Okay. 10 kg home and 5 kg home. The entire concept is very clear. Now I'll tell you how to solve questions when it comes to this. The price of sugar has increased by 18%. By what percentage can a person decrease the consumption? So there is no change in the expenditure. Okay. When I talk about no change in the expenditure, it means my sugar budget won't budge. Budge. What does budge mean? Won't change. Okay. The sugar budget would not change at any cost. Okay. The sugar budget won't budge. Okay. A half pun intended. The price of sugar has increased by 18%. Okay. Uh, I can say if I have 100 rupees in my pocket and 18% has increased, it is 118. I will try to reduce it to a simpler number to avoid calculation problems. If I have 100 rupees and 50 rupees in my pocket, then I can say that 9 rupees is the cost that has increased because 18% of 50 is equal to 9. Okay. So I'm talking about sugar over here, sugar price, and I'm talking about sugar eaten or the sugar consumption. One thing I forgot to tell you about in the previous slide, there is something, there is a correlation between price and consumption. When I talk about correlation, there is a correlation between price and consumption, and the correlation is that the price tends to fiddle with the consumption in an inverse manner. If the price of sugar is high, then the consumption would be low. Okay. According to economics, in a perfectly normal market, if the price of something is going up, then the consumption would automatically go down. Similarly, if the price of sugar, and this is the sugar would become a dear commodity, dear, dear commodity. And if the price of sugar is going low, then the consumption of sugar would go high, and sugar is not so dear anymore. Okay? Not so dear means nobody loves it. It's a cheap commodity. It can be bought very easily. Like people still love it, uh, but it is not so dear to you. Okay? It's not very precious that you won't take away the spoon out of your child's mouth and don't give so much sugar. It's like it's available. It's available. The price point would not hit you. Okay? So the sugar price and the sugar eaten is what I'm trying to compare. This is the original, okay, OG is original, and this is the new. Sugar price was 50% originally. The new price came out to 59, and the sugar eaten. Now, as I've talked about it being inverse in relation. When things are inverse in relation, when things are inverse in relation, you can put a crossover here. Okay, the 59 comes here, and the 50 comes here. Okay, this, this. This means originally I was eating 59 units of sugar. Now, as the prices have increased, the prices have gone up. Now I'm eating 50, only 50 units of sugar. So so the question is the expenditure. The expenditure comes out to be the price multiplied by consumption. The expenditure here is 50 into 59, and the expenditure here is also 59 into 50. So we have achieved the point where there is no change in the expenditure. There is no change in the expenditure. But the question says, by what percentage can the sugar consumption be decreased? This whole area, this area talks about consumption, talks about consumption. So from 59, it can move down to 50. Okay, from buying big batches of sugar, you can go for a smaller batch. And from 50, 59, you can move to 50. From 59, you can move to, so the base would remain 59, and the reduction you brought is 9. 9 upon 59 multiplied by 100 would be the answer. So I consider it to be 60. So 15 4s are 60, and 15 6 are 90, 4 1.5 are something. So the answer would be 15 point dash dash percentage. So 15 point something would be the answer. And you can solve it better, you can solve it more, but particular to like SSC and other examinations, it's very clearly written over there. 15% this, 10% that, and the options might not be very close by. Even if they are close by, then I would suggest you to follow the long division method. Okay, 9, 1. Yeah, now you can follow it. It's too easy. Moving on, if a reduction of 10% in the price of rice enables a person to obtain 22 kg for 250 rupees, then what will be original price of rice per kg? Okay, so 250 rupees is the price, is the original, is the price, that is the expenditure that is being done. So this is the rice budget. This is the rice budget that we're talking about. The original price of the rice needs to be found out. So this is the rice budget that we want. There is a reduction of 10%. Okay. I solved it in a faster manner. 100 rupees was being spent in the past. 100 rupees was being spent in the past. Now 90 rupees is being spent. Okay. Now 90 rupees is the cost of rice. Okay. This is the cost. 100 rupees was the old price. 90 rupees is the new price. The consumption, the consumption is 90 rupees now. 90 rupees then and 100 rupees now. So the total budget remains the same, and the person is also getting some extra rights. Here, here I'll tell you one thing. There is, I'll tell you what. There is an increase of 10%. There is an increase of 10 units. Okay. These 10 units, according to the question, are equal to 22 kgs. Okay. This 10 rupees is equal to this 10 unit is equal to 22 kgs. So the value of 90 units, which is equal to old consumption, and the value of 100 units, that is equal to new consumption, can be found out because this 10 over here also has the same unit, which is units. Okay. Again, upon. So the units are the same. So if 10 corresponds to 22, 90 would correspond to 189. Wow, no, 2 nines are 18, and 2 nines are 18, 198. Okay. So 198 kg of rice was being bought. The total price which was being quoted during those time during was during those was 250 rupees. This multiplied by 100 would give me the result. This multiplied by 100 would give me the result. And considering this to be 200, so 200 would give me 1.25, and 1.25 would be the answer if this was 200. But this is lesser than 200, so the numerator would have become higher. And what the numerator would become is 1.27 something. So 1.27 would be the final answer. Okay, you got me? How 1.27 would be the final answer? The cost was 10 and the new cost became 9. The old consumption was 9, the new consumption became 10. There is a difference of 1 unit. Here I'm talking about 10. And so I'm solving the question again in a much faster way. The 1 value corresponds to 22, the 9 value corresponds to 198. The 198 kg was being bought for 250 rupees. What is the original cost? The original cost is multiplied by 100. No, 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 no. There is no need of multiplying it by 100. There is no need. This is not percentage. This is cost. So 1.27 is the answer. Question? Any problem? Moving on. Due to the reduction of workforce, the production in a factory decreases by 30%. By what percentage should the working hours of a person be increased to restore the original production? Okay. The workforce which was coming was 100% in the present, in the past. Okay. The workforce can be interchanged by productivity, okay, or the production. The production was 100 in the past. The production now is 30% less, which is equal to 70. So the old hours, now this is talking about hours of work, okay? I'm just erasing this. This is talking about the old hours of work or the hours of work which were being put in. Okay? This is called work hours. Okay? The work hours are now inversely proportional. So I was putting in 70 hours in the past. Now I have to put in 100 hours. So by what percentage should the working hours be increased so as to restore the original production? Talking about the production quantity. Talking about the production quantity, it is 7,000 here. Then I multiply the two above. When I multiply the two above, it again becomes 7,000. So the production quantity remains the same, provided that the working hours have increased, provided that the working hours have increased. If the base working hours are 70 and it becomes 100, it means 30 working hours have increased. Okay? Cut by cut. 7 4 the 28 and another 20, 7 2 the 14, the 67 is the 56, another 47 5 the 34. So 42.85 is the answer. 42.85 is the answer, which is the percentage of working hours that need to be increased. That need to be increased in order to restore the original production output or the production quantity that I'm talking about over here. I hope you understand. Moving on. There's a reduction of 15% in the price of a washing powder, which enables a purchaser to obtain 5 kg more for 12.75. What is the original price of the washing powder? We've done this question in the past, like 2 slides back, the same question was there. I tried good a little more to understand. There's a 15% reduction. It means I was paying old and new. I was paying 20 in the past, and this is the price, and this is the quantity. The price and quantity would be the price and quantity would be inversely proportional, so they can be replaced interchangeable. The 17 would come down to 20. The final output would remain the same because 20 into 17 is equal to 17 into 20. There is an increase. There is an increase. See, the 3 kg, the 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 3 unit stands for 5 kg. So the original price is being complete. So 17 unit is equal to 5 upon 2 multiplied by 17. 5 upon 3 multiplied by 17. This is the final thing. Now 1275 was the total money that was being spent. Okay, what is this? What is this over here? This is the washing powder budget. 1275. 718 into 5 divided by 3 makes up. Okay, now cancelling it out. 17 sevens are 119. 17 fives are 85. 15 5 15s are 75. 15 threes are 45. 45 rupees is the original price of the washing powder. Okay, again moving ahead. There's a concept which I have already taught you. There's a concept which I have already taught you, and it talks about expenditure. Expenditure is equal to the price and the cost, or the production, the price and the consumption. Okay, the price expenditure is equal to price multiplied by consumption. The price would be stated in units like rupees, dollars, euros, or anything. Euro. The consumption can be in gram, whatever, or gram. Okay? So I hope you understand where I'm coming from and what I'm talking. And the expenditure would finally come out to be in rupees. The price would be rupees per kg, or dollars per kg, or dollars per gallon, or euros per gallon. Okay? Anything. And the final output would come in expenditure. The question says is, if there is a change in the price, which is equal to X%, and there is a change in consumption, which is equal to Y%, it can all be reflected in the expenditure. It can all be reflected in expenditure by the simple formula of X% plus Y% plus XY upon plus XY upon 100. So that is a very clear way. That is a very clear way of introducing expenditure to find out the increase in expenditure. Okay? I hope you understand. Moving on. Okay. See, when I apply it, that is when you get it. Before application, it's very difficult to understand. The price of rice have increased by 25%. A person increases his expenditure on rice by 15% only. By what percent should he reduce his consumption of rice to be able to maintain the same level of expenditure? Okay, I'll tell you how this question is being done. The price multiplied by consumption is equal to expenditure. The expenditure will increase by 15%, and the price of rice is increasing by 25%. Now, this particular 25% needs to have a consumption attached to it, and the consumption has to be decreasing in percentage. I'm writing minus X%. Okay, then another X% to multiply it with X and Y, another X% over here. Okay, I'll just rub off the things which are not useful. I'll just rub this off very kindly. The reason I have used a minus, the whole and sole reason that I am using a minus over here is because there is a reduction, and this minus over here is coming because one of the two terms of 25% being positive and the X% being negative would finally come out to be as minus. So they asked by what percentage should he reduce his consumption of rice so as to maintain the same level of expenditure. So as to maintain the same level of expenditure. I'll be solving the question quickly. 15% is equal to 25% minus x by 4. This comes out to be minus 5x by 4, and 25% here. This is equal to 15%. This minus will become here 5x upon 4, and 15 from here. This will be as 10%. So 5 ones are 5 twos are 4 twos are 8. The value of x would be equal to 8%. So he has to reduce his consumption of rice by 8% to be able to maintain the same level of expenditure. If the price of rice is increased by 25%, then by what percentage of consumption should it be decreased? So as the expenditure incurred on rice gets decreased by 40%. So expenditure is equal to consumption multiplied by price. The expenditure needs to decrease minus 40%. And the price of rice has already increased. by 25%. The price of rice has already increased by 25%. So, so, uh, by what percentage consumption of rice should decrease? Now there is a price which needs to go down. Then now there is a consumption which needs to decrease. So I will write minus x minus 25 into x upon 100. Okay, minus 25 into x upon 100. 25 ones are 35 fours are. The same thing is happening over here. It's minus x by 4, so it will come out to be minus 5x by 4. Taking a step for you to understand how important it is to be speedy, a little bit more speedy, right? So minus 40%. This minus 40% would come here and make it 65%. 65% is equal to 5x upon 4. As soon as I see 65%, it means it might be the answer might be the answer might be a multiple of 13. So 5 1s are 5 13s are x, the score is gonna go here and get multiplied. So this is gonna make 52%. This is gonna make 52% as the answer. So 52% is the answer. Moving down to another point. The family spends 240 rupees per month to buy sugar. There is a rise of 25% in the price of the sugar, and this compels the family to reduce the monthly consumption of sugar as consumed off by 1.5 kgs, as it decides to spend the same amount of money to purchase on the commodity. So 240 rupees is the sugar budget. It is the same sugar budget. Monthly consumption is 1.5 kgs less. What is the increased price of sugar per gram? Okay, so just look at it. There is an increase of price which is 25%. So if it was 4 in the past, now it has become 5. The consumption was 5 in the past. This is the price, this is the consumption, this is old, this is new. Okay, now there is this. The rise of 25% on the sugar compels the family to reduce the monthly consumption by 1.5 kgs. Here, the family is being compelled to reduce 1 unit. The value of 1 unit is 1.5 kgs. So it means it was doing 7.5 kgs of sugar per month in the past, but now it is only doing 6 kgs. Okay, 7.5 is the old sugar consumption, and 6 kgs is the new sugar consumption. Now, what is the increased price of sugar per gram? In the past, they were paying 240 rupees here. In the present, they are again 40 rupees here. So this 240 rupees divided by 6 would make 40 rupees per kg as the new sugar price, new price. Okay, so increased price of sugar per gram is 40 rupees per kg. I hope you get it. Let's move on. When the price of an article was increased by 5%, its sale reduced by 10%. What is the net effect on revenue? The formula is the same. Revenue is equal to price multiplied by quantity sold. So the final result would be the same. Net effect on revenue is being asked. There is an increase of 5% in the price. There is a decrease of 10% in the sales. There is going to be a minus factor coming from this plus multiplied by minus. Minus 10 multiplied by 5 whole divided by 100. 10 with 10, 5 1 5 2 are all there, zero point 0.5 already there. So minus 5.5 would be the final answer, which means decrease minus 5.5%. So there is a decrease which is happening. Moving on. Now ticket based concept is there where there's a sales multiplied by price which equals to the revenue. This is the same thing which we've done in the past. When the price of an item was reduced by 25%, then its sale was increased by X%. If there is an increase in 20% of the revenue received, then what is the value of X? So there is a 20% increase. This is plus. This is equal to minus 25. This is equal to plus X. This is equal to minus and plus coming out down as minus.
25% multiplied by X divided by 100. This would create a very similar situation. This minus would go here and it would create 45%. This X% is going to stay here. This X% would be reduced by 4%. So this would come out as 3 by 4 of X. This is equal to 45%. 3 15s are 3 15s are and 4 15s are 60. So would be the 60% would be the value of X would be the value of X. I hope you understand. I think this is very clear. Okay, moving on to the next question. On decreasing the price of a fan by 30%, its sales increase by 40%. What will be the percentage decrease in its revenue? See how sharp they are. They've already written decrease. The price would be the revenue. The revenue would be equal to sales multiplied by price. Okay, multiplied by price. So the output here is decreasing the price of a fan. Okay, the price is being decreased. So minus 30% is the decreased price of the fan. Its sales increase by 40%. Sales are increasing by 40%. Then there is a component of minus 30 multiplied by 40 whole upon 100. 0 by 0, 0 by 0. 3 4s are 12 minus 30 plus 40 minus 12. This makes it minus 42 or minus 42 or minus 2%. There is a decrement. There is a decrement. Okay. Minus 2%. This is the final answer. Moving to the next concept. So there is an income, there's some income and there is some expenditure and then there is saving. So what happens over here is like a person earns 100 rupees of income and he spends 70% of it. So the savings that he has is equal to 30%. Then the expenditure increases by 10% and the savings also increase by 10%. Then the question comes out to be how much does the income increase by? When I add these two, I get a value of 1110. I move it here and it says that 1110 is the new salary. So what is the increase? The increase is 10%. This is what we need to know. There is nothing more that needs to be done. Okay. So it says a man percent 65% of his income and 65% of his income and his income increases by 20% and his expenditure also increases by 20%. And find the increase in his savings. Okay, so I'll solve it here. If he is earning 100 rupees, then okay, this is income. I see. This is expenditure. This is these are savings. Okay, income is 100, expenditure is 65, savings are 35. Okay, now if the income increases by 20%, 120, and the expenditure also increases by 10%. So 10% increases 71 points. If somebody is like smart enough, they would say 65%, 65 multiplied by 10%, it makes it 6.5. 6.5 added with 65 makes it 71.5. Then what is the increase in savings? The first way of finding out the increase in savings is to have the first savings out. 71.5, 0.5. Then I have 10 here, if I'm not wrong. No, 9. 9 or 10? 9. Yep. I've got 10 here, 9 here. 9 here moved out to be 8. And 8 would have 11 here, then 48.5. Okay. So 48.5 is the new savings idea. Now the old savings was 35. I need to tell the percentage increase in savings. And the percentage increase in savings is 13.5. 13.5. Okay. I hope that is understandable where I bring this 13.5 from. That is 13.5 is being brought from the difference. Okay. This is the difference. The difference is 13.5. Now 13.5 divided by 48. No, no, no. Divided by 35 multiplied by 100. 35, 5, no, no, no. 5 sevens are 35, 5 twos are 10, and 5 sevens are 35. 7 threes are 21. 7 threes are 21. There's another 6 coming into the picture. There's another 6 coming into the picture. 7 eights are 56. Another full stop needs to come here. Sorry, another decimal term needs to come here. Another 4. So the 4 would come by 5 and another 577. So 38.57. 38.57 is the increase in savings. Is the increase in his savings. Now moving on. The monthly income of an employee is 26,500 and his monthly expenditure is 22,000. Next year his income increases by 20% and his expenditure increases by 15%. Find the percentage increase in his savings. Okay. I'm gonna solve it right away, right here. 26,500, 22,000 plus savings. The savings are 4,500. Next year's income increase by 20%. So 20%, I'll have to do it in my mind. I'll help you do it here. Two fives, or I can directly multiply by 12 because 100 plus 20% is 12. Okay, 120%. So 12 5 is 60, 12 0 0, 12 60, 0 6, 12 0 72, 78, 12 2 is 14, sorry, 12 2 is 24, 24 plus 7 is 31. So 31 800 is the new income. And this expenditure increased by 15. By an increase of expenditure of 15%, 15% multiplied by 22,000. So 15 to the 30, 15 to the 30, it makes 33, and 3,300 would come here. The 3,300 then added into it would come out to be 0, 0, 2, 5, 2. So 25,300 is the increase. Now I'm talking about savings. I'll quickly have to subtract this. 25300. This comes out to be 5. This comes out to be 6. There is 6,500. Okay. There's a difference of 6,500. I'll have to do this in the long manner. First of all, to increase my accuracy. And second of all, to help you understand of how important it is for you to know like the strong foundational base. Okay. So there's a difference of 2,000. There's a difference of 2,000 occurring upon 4,500 multiplied by 100. Okay, this one will miss. 5 nines are 45, 5 fours are 20, double zero. 400 upon 9, anything upon 9 would have 11 in it, so it would have 44, 1 by something, and 44 4 by 9 is the final answer. Okay, the people who remember 1 upon 9, that is equal to 11, 1 by 9, were very smart. They quickly multiplied 4 with it and gave the answer 44 upon 4 times. Okay, so this is how the day one of my this percentage class helps. Okay, this is how the day one of the percentage class helps. Now there is a very small concept that there is some income of A, some income of B, and there is some expenditure of A and some expenditure of B. What is the savings of A? The difference between this. What is the savings of B? The difference between this. You'll have to solve the question and you'll get to know what I'm talking about. Okay. In this particular question, it says the income of A is 80%. The expenditure of A is 60% of B's expenditure. If the income of A is equal to 90% of B's expenditure, then what is the percentage we should to A and B, whatever. Okay. So what I have to do here is I have to have a differentiation between A and B, and there needs to be a component of income, and there needs to be a component of expenditure. Okay. And in the end, there will be a component of savings. These type of questions can only be solved in reverse order. If you try to move in the forward order, you will not be reach anywhere. Okay, you will always have to go in the reverse order. If the income of A is equal to 90% of income of B, so this is the last statement that has been given. Okay? The income of A is equal to 90% of the expenditure of B. If B spends 100, then A is 90. Okay, this is the strongest part till now. Now, if the income of A, the income of A is 80% of B's income. 90 of A is equal to 80% of B. So, what is the value of B? B is 90 upon 8, 900 upon 8. Okay. The expenditure of A is 60% of B's expenditure. 60% of B's expenditure. 60% of B's expenditure would be 60. Okay. And the income of A is 80% of B's income. Yep. I have got till. So, it's talking about the percentages, then by what percentage are the savings of A more than the savings of B? The savings of A is 30%, is basically 30 divided by 90. That are those are the savings of A. Then what are the savings of B? 90 upon 8 minus 100 is equal to 100 upon 8. 100 upon 8, income minus expenditure, divided by 900 upon 8 again. Okay, so the savings. Can I talk about the savings straight away? It's not talking about the savings percentage. Like what are the different percentages? It's just talking about the real world issues, the real world value. The differences are this. These are the differences. And it says then by what percentage are the savings of A more than the savings of B. Okay. The savings of B would be kept as standard, 100 upon 8, 100 upon 8. Okay. And the difference need to be calculated in this manner. 8 3 are 24, 240 minus 100, 240 minus 100 would be 240 minus 100 would be 140. 140 divided by multiplied by 100. Cancelling everything out, the answer would be 140%. Okay. If I calculate 100 upon 8, the answer comes out to be 12.5%. 12.5 rupees or whatever unit we are talking about. 12.55 rupees. And the savings of the are 30 rupees straight away. So if you tend to see that this 140% might be a little weird for there to be an answer, then you can calculate it with absolute values. 100 upon 8 is 12.5 rupees. Now 12.5 is if you double it, that means 100%. 12.5's double is equal to 25. Okay. So 25 is there. This entire 25. Now there is 5 more to catch. And 40% of 12.5 is 5. So 140 is not a weird answer. It is the correct answer. Okay. I just remove these ticks because these correct signs because these are of no relevance over here. Okay. Moving on. P's income is 250% of Q's income and Q's expenditure is 180% of Q's. If P's income is 400% of Q's expenditure, then what is the respective ratio of P and Q? Again, reverse ratio, reverse psychology, or reverse order thinking, reverse order thinking. Okay. So how does the reverse order thinking work over here? How does the reverse order thinking work over here? We go to the last line. If P's income is 400% of Q's expenditure, this is P, this is Q. We're talking about income, we're talking about expenditure, we're talking about income, we're talking about expenditure. If P's income is 400% of Q's expenditure, P's income is 400% of Q's expenditure. If 4, if QH times 100, then 400% of it. It means 4 times. It means 400. Then P's income is 250% of Q's income. P's income is equal to 250% of Q's income. 400 is equal to 250% of Q. It means if I divide it by 250 and multiply both sides by 4, and there would be another 100 over here. So this entire thing would cancel out and give me an answer of 160. So Q's income is 160. Also, there is another way. It says uh, P's income is 250% of Q's income. What is the income of Q? If I tell you that 400 in itself contains 2.5 times of some quantity. 400 in itself contains 2.5 times of some quantity, or 400 divided by 2.5 times. 2.5 times 1 are 2.5 times 40 is this is equal to 160. So you see how this works out to be. If P's income is 400% of Q's expenditure, P's income is 400% of Q's expenditure. We have already made that pretty evident of how it is going to work out. Then P's income is 250% of Q's expenditure has been done. Q's income and P's expenditure is 180% of Q's expenditure. This is 100. Now 180. Then what is the respective ratio between the savings? The savings here are 60 and the savings here are 220. Now 60, I'm going to solve it here. 220 is equal to 60. This and this is 3, this is 11. 11 is to 3 is sorted. Well said, well said. Okay, let's move on. The ratio of the incomes of A and B in 2020 was 5 is to 4. Okay, the ratio of incomes of A and B in 2020 was 5 is to 4. Now, this is a very strict kind of a concept. Okay, when I help you with it, you will be able to understand of what I'm doing. You just have to follow my lead. I'm trying to make all the quantities settle as per the question's demand. Okay, if the ratio of the income of A and B in 2020, this is A and this is B, this is 2020, this is 2021. Okay, the ratio of incomes of A and B in 2020 was 5 is to 4. 5 is to 4. Now, individually, individually means A in his own home and B in his own home. A in his own home, B in his own home. They are able to increase their incomes from 2020 to 2021 because the COVID period is gone. There is no second wave coming yet. Nobody knows. So they are about to increase their incomes. The incomes are the ratio of the individual incomes in 2020 and 2021 were 4 is to 5 and 2 is to 3. 4 is to 5. If this quantity has 4 in it, then the other quantity downstairs should have 5 in it. The ratio should be 4 is to 5. So I'll multiply it by 4 and have the same quantity with 5 there. If I am multiplying the left-hand side of a quantity with 4, I will have to multiply the right-hand side of the quantity with 4 as well. Sorted? Sorted? The ratio between A's own income between 2020 and 2021 is 4 is to 5. By this particular figure, are you able to understand? 4 is to 5, 5 is to 4 into 5, 5 into 5, 5 and 5 get cancelled. The ratio comes out to be 4 is to 5. Similarly, the ratio between the income of B within himself should be 2 is to 3. If the value over here of B is 16 and that is equal to 2, then what should be equal to 3? That value would be equal to, if 16 is given as 2, then what is given as 3? That is 24. So I can write 24 over here directly. Got it? So if the total income of A and B in 2021 was this, then what is the income of B in 2021? 5 5s are 25 and 24 right away over here is 24. I'm so sorry that I wrote it as 25. It is 24. Now I'll be solving the fun part. The total income is 25 plus 24, 49. The 49 and 49 can be represented as 7,05,600 multiplied by what are they asking for? They are asking for the income of B. The income of B in these proportion signs is equal to 24. Now hitting it as fast as possible. 7 sevens are 49, 7 ones are 5, 7 0 0, 7 0 0, 7 8 are 56, 1 0 0, 1 double 0 8 0. Alright. Yeah, 7 8 are 56, then maybe 2 comes up. This is 7 lakhs, that will come down to 1 lakh 800. Then 7 ones are 7 ones are 7 fours are 28, 30. Okay, 7 fours are 28, 7 fours are 28, double zero, which comes out as 14,400. Should I be smart here or should I do the donkey work? It's okay to do the donkey work. Okay. This double zero multiplied by 24. I use the last two zeros later. 4 fours are 16, 4 fours are 16, 17, 4 ones are 4, 5. Okay, multiplied by 2 fours are 8, 2 fours are 8. This is 2, 2 ones are 2. Then 6, then 15, 8, 1, 9, 9 plus 5, 14, 14, and this 3, 4, 5, 6, double zero, which is B 3, 4, 5, 6, double zero is the income of B in the year 2021. The only part that we were supposed to understand, the only tricky part in this question was this. I will repeat it for you. The ratio of the incomes of A and B in 20 was 5 to 4. This is the 5 and this is the 4. This is the first part. Okay. This is the first part. The ratio of their individual incomes came out to be 4 is to 5. This entire thing is 4 is to 5. Okay. 4 is to 5 in 2021. Okay. For A alone and for B alone, this is 2 is to 3. This is 2 is to 3. So if the total income of A and B in 2021 and this, then what is the income of B? So this is the only trick. This is the second part of it. This is the only trick which you need to solve and you will be through with the question. Okay. The next concept is about elections. I will finish off things for till concept 23 over here, and then we'll be moving on to the next concept tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. We've already done the basics of percentages now, and most of the work is finished off. The only point that I've left out on for now is concept number 24, and this is the basics of elections. Okay. The basics of elections. So, what happens in any regular basics of elections? So what happens is in any particular election is that there are candidates who are contesting for the election for a seat or maybe for any position, and particularly those people they come together and they fight the election. It's called fighting or contesting or whatever. So in that particular contesting of elections, what happens is one person has to win, and the person who gets more votes out of the other, or more votes than the other, wins. So the total we what we assume in the election is that 100% of votes are casted, and one of the two candidates would be getting higher number of votes than the other. So let's assume A got 40% of the votes out of the 100% votes that were polled. So B would get 100% minus 40% of the votes, which is also equal to 60% of the votes. Okay, 60% of the votes. So what happens is that in the 60% of the votes wala category, this person is definitely going to win. There is a gap of 20% that has been created because the winner got 20%. The winner got 20% more more votes than A, than the loser, but the 20% of the total votes. Okay, so this is the clarity, and the concept that I'm talking about here is if the winner gets X% votes, then let's assume the winner gets X% votes, then the loser would get 100 minus X% of the votes. Okay, 100 minus X% of the votes. This was being discussed over here. Moving on to the question directly. This is the question is going to definitely help you out a lot. In an election between P and Q, P gets 40% of the total votes and thus loses by 10 votes. Find the total number of votes. So, again, assuming that total number of votes were 100%, P gets 40% votes and Q gets 60% votes. How did I arrive at Q getting 60% votes? It was from 100% minus 40%, which gives me 60%. Okay. And thus, P is losing the election by 10 votes. The gap over here is 20%, the 20% of the total votes. The 20% gap that we have over here is there is a loss by 10 votes. The loss is by 10 votes. If the value of 20%, now what we have over here is we have the percentages on the left hand side and we have an absolute value. We have an absolute value on the right hand side. So the question is complete here. 20% is equal to 10 votes. We have to find out, according to the question, the total number of votes. The total number of votes were assumed in the beginning to be 100%. And to reach from 20% to 100%, we'll have to multiply it by 5. Similarly, from 10 votes, if we multiply it by 5, it becomes 50 votes. Okay, so 100% votes is 50 votes. So this is my answer. This is my clear-cut answer. Moving on. If Z% of the total votes are invalid, then the total valid votes are 100 minus Z%. What happens is in an election, if let's assume 100 votes are polled, the election commission or the conducting body declares a few votes to be invalid. Okay. So these invalid, let's say 5% votes were declared invalid. So there would be no election which would happen on the invalid votes. All the votes should be valid and the election would shift its focus from the 5% votes to the 95% votes, which are now declared valid by the commission. Okay, by the conducting body. So this is what we're talking about. If we are now going to play the game not on 100% but on 95%, so we would consider 95%. This is 100 minus Z is basically equal to 95%. We're going to work only on the 95% now. So any kind of winning or any kind of losing would consider its source to be 95% or 100 minus Z votes. Okay, got the clarity? I'll move on to the question now. In an election between two candidates, 5% of the registered voters did not cast their vote. 10% of the votes were found to be either valid or of nota. Nota means none of the above. So this means the vote would not go to anybody. The votes winning candidates received 60% votes in his favor and won the election by 17271 votes. Find the number of registered votes. Okay, so I'll just start solving it. There are 100% votes which were casted in the beginning. 5% voters did not cast their vote. This is basically 100% means voters present. Voters present. 5% is equal to who did not cast their vote. Now I'm going to work on the 95%, but it says 10% of the votes were invalid or nota. So out of 95%, 10% are nota or invalid. Another 90% out of this is where the election is going to happen. The winning candidates received 60% votes in his favor. Out of the 90%, the winning candidate is receiving 60% votes. Accordingly, what is the losing candidate winning? The losing candidate, the losing candidate is receiving 40% votes. But you're going to ask me, the base that we have over here is of 90. The base that we have over here is of 90. But what I'm going to tell you is that at each and every level, this is level 1, this is level 1, the sum should be 100%. Similarly, level 2, the sum should be 100%. This is level 3, and the sum should be 100%. Now this again is level 4, so the sum should be 100%, but it helps us in our calculations. That is why we are always going to split it into the portions of 100. Okay, we're definitely going to split it in the portions of 100. So 60 is here, 40 is here. Out of 90%, 60% voters were in the favor of the one who won, of the one who won. Okay, of the one who won the elections. Okay, who succeeded in the elections, and 40% went to the loser of the elections. So what it says is the votes winning candidate received 60% of votes in his favor and won the election by 1721 votes. This means the gap is equal to 1721 votes, 17271 votes. Also, the gap here is 60 minus 40 is 20%. So just see how I'm gonna take this. Now it tells me what is the number of registered votes. It is asking me basically tell me the value of 100%. So I have 17271. This 17271 is made out of what? It is made out of the 20% gap that I had. The 20% gap is dependent on 90% over here. It's dependent on 90% over here. We want to move up the ladder now. It is also dependent on 95% over here, which is up there. And this is ultimately going to lead me to a point where I need to show the answer of 100%. Okay. 1%. Now I'm going to solve it. I'll help you solve it. I'll use a different color pen. 1% sign gets cut off with another percentage sign. The 2% signs would give me two hundreds over here, two different hundreds over here. Now I'm gonna start cutting it off. 21s are 25s are 5 ones are 5 18s are 5 20s are 5 19s are. Okay, so 19 ones are 19 nines are 171, another 171, 19 zeros are 0, and 171 again 9 twos are 18, 9 ones are 9, 9 zeros are 0, 9 ones are 1. 2, this is the this, and we have 3 zeros behind 101, 1, 2, 3. So the total number of voters comes out to be 101,000 or 1,01,000. Okay, so I am going to tell you how I use the trickle down theory or the trickle up theory rather. This is how I am moving up from the bottom. I have the value of 20% gap between the winner and the loser, which is 17271. So I move up the ladder from 20%. Where did this 20% came out of from? This 20% was a part of the 90% which we assumed. Why did I assume 90% here? Because there were 10% invalid votes. Why did I assume 95% over here? Because 5% of the people did not cast their votes. And why do I have 100% over here? Because this is where the election starts from. Okay, this is where the election starts from. This is the base value. This is the base point where the election is beginning from. So 100% is the value which I need to find out. I would have the 17271 would have all the components of 20%, 90%, and 95% in them. And I need to find out the value of 100%. So I put it in the numerator. So this is how this comes out to be. I'll move on to the next question. In a village election between three candidates, 80% of the voters cast their votes, out of which 3% votes were declared invalid. The winning candidate got 42680 votes, which were 55% of the total valid votes. Find the number of valid votes received by the candidate who stood third, given that he received only 10% of the total valid vote. Okay. 100% voters were present. 20%, I'm just gonna like replace my color. 100% of the voters were present, out of which 20% casted their votes. 80%, 20% did not cast their votes, and 20% did not cast their votes, and 80% cast their votes, out of which 3% voters were declared invalid. Okay, 3% votes were declared invalid, and out of this, 97% voters were still who were there and giving the votes. Now, the winning candidate got 42680 votes, which were 55% of the total valid votes. So 55% of the total valid votes we are sitting at. These are total valid votes, TVV. Okay, total valid votes 55%. This is the winner. Okay, now there are three candidates, so two more percentages are yet to come. It says the one who stood third got 10%. So 55 plus 10 is 65. The percentage left out is 35%. Okay, now this makes it 100%. I've told you to have a summation of 100% at every level. The first level has 100%, the second level has 100%, the third level has 100%. Now the fourth level as well has 100% with it. So the question here is, find the number of valid votes received by the candidate who stood third, given that he had received only 10% of the valid votes. Now, if I have received 55% of the valid votes, then the winning candidate is getting 42680. I need to find out the value of 10% votes here, which is very easy. 5 11s are this, and 5 2s are 10. 11 1s are 11, 11 3s are 33, 11 8s are 88, and another 8, 11 8s are 88. Now, 2 8s are 16, 2 8s are 16, 17, 2 3s are 6, 7. 7760. 7760 is the final number that we were looking for. I hope you understand this theory. I'll just remove it from here. This question was mostly based on proportions, but had they asked you to go up the ladder, the calculations might have become a little difficult. The reason is that we have 97 over here. Okay, this would have made the calculation a little difficult. So it's good that it was a basic question and that the value of 55% was given and they were asking you the value of 10. Okay, so watch out for such questions. They might look big, but trust me, they are very, very easy to go through. In an election, there were three candidates, A, B, and C. 10% of eligible voters did not vote. Out of those who voted, 45% voted for A, 35% voted for B, and the remaining 20% voted for C. 30% of the votes polled for A. 30% of the votes. 30% of the voters were polled for A, and 20% of the votes were polled for B. No. 30% of votes polled for A and 20% of the votes polled for B were later deemed invalid, while all the votes polled for C were deemed valid. If A got 882 votes more, which are valid, than B, then how many valid votes did C get? Okay, this might sound like a tricky question, but we'll follow the same approach that we've been following ever since. Okay, the approach here is C. 100% total votes, 10% eligible voters did not vote, 90% voted. Out of those who voted, 45% were given to A, 35% were given to B, and remaining 20% were given to C. 30% of the votes polled for A and 20% of the votes polled for B were later deemed invalid. If 30% of the votes, if 30% of the votes are invalid, if 30% of the votes are invalid, then 70% of the votes are valid. If 20% of the votes are invalid for B, then 80% of the votes are valid for B. Got it? The invalid. Now I'm going to find out what are the number of valid votes of A and B. Okay. 7 5s are 35, and 7 4s are 28, 31.5. This is the percentage of valid votes for A. And 8 5s are 40, 0 4, 8 3s are 24, 28%. These are the number of valid votes for A, B, and 20% is already the number of valid votes. There are no invalid votes for C. Okay, so valid. Now, what is being asked further? If the difference between A and B is 882, the difference between A and B, 28 minus 31.5 is equal to 3.5. The value of 3.5 stands at 882. Then how many votes did C get? C is receiving 20% of the votes. So I'm going to multiply it by 20%. 7 5s are 35. One more zero goes up. 7 1s are 7. 7 2s are 14. 7 6 are 42. 5 4s are 20. And 4 6 are 24. 4 2s are 8, 9, 10. 4 1s are 4. 5 0 4 0 becomes the answer. Okay. So 5040 becomes the answer of how many votes did C get. Pretty easy. Just try to understand where I come from. The only focal point in this entire question for you would be this point, where these are the valid votes. These are the valid votes for A and B. These are the valid votes for A and B. Okay, so this is the last question of elections that we'll be dealing with, and now we are going to deal with questions where there are more than two candidates, and we have very particular questions being asked over here. Okay, so there are this question is coming out of ratios as well. Okay, there are three people, and Arjun, Bhaskar, and Saral. Arjun got 50% more votes than Saral. If Saral got 100. Arjun got 150 and Saral got 2% votes less than Bhaskar. 2% votes less than Bhaskar. Okay. So instead of doing this calculation, I'll help you do it with an easier calculation. Bhaskar, Saral, and A. I'm moving Arjun from the first position to the last position because of a reason. In ratios, you have to have no gaps in the middle. You can have gaps at corners, they can be easily filled. Okay, in the particular chapter of ratio, I'll help you how this works out. See, Arjun is getting 50% more votes than Saral. So let's first work on the 2%. It's more difficult, so it's better to we should work on the harder thing before. Saral got 2% votes less than Bhaskar. Okay, Bhaskar is 100. Saral got 98 votes. And Arjun got 50% more votes than Saral. Saral is getting 98. 50% of 98 is equal to 49. So if I add 49 to it, I get 17. And 9 plus 1, 10, 147. So this is 49 higher. The gap is 49 over here. And this is 2% less. The difference between the votes of Bhaskar and Saral is 1296. Bhaskar and Saral. Okay. The two votes is 1296. Then what is the half the difference between Arjun and Bhaskar? Arjun and Bhaskar. The difference of votes between Arjun and Bhaskar is 47. 147 minus 100 is 47. 47 upon 2. So Seems like an easy question. 4 ones are 4, 4 threes are 12, 4 twos are 8, 4 fours are 16. Okay. So I need to multiply 324 with 47. 7 fours are 28, 7 twos are 14, 15, 16, 7 threes are 21, 2, 2, 6, 8. Multiplied by 4 fours are 16, 4 twos are 8, 9, 4 threes are 12. 8, 2. From the last two digits, I know this is the answer, but I'll still carry on. And another 12, then 5, 1, 5, 2, 8, 8. This is the final answer. Okay, this is the final answer. This is how you reach it in a quick manner. The only reason I shifted from A from here to here is that it would have gotten a little difficult. And also starting off with a 2%, starting off with the 2% in the beginning gives me a head start. The only reason is that the 2% thing is more difficult to crack. So it's better, it's much better for you it's much better for you to crack the 2% theory first and then go on to the 50%, because 50% is easy. Anything which is an even number can easily be split into 50%, like into two equal parts. Had it been an odd number also, had this 98 or some other, let's assume it was 97 over here, we could have still like gotten very easily through the 50%, but it was tougher to get through the 2% wala problem, the 2% problem. So the 2% problem was sorted here first, and another 50% problem was sorted here on the next run. So this is the entire thing which you need to learn about elections. Okay, I'll just take you through that one more step which we talked about over here. In this particular question, 5% were did not cast it, or did not cast any vote. Nota was 10%, and then 60 and 40 was split. So can you see this ladder which we have to go through? This ladder we need to climb up. Okay. And the ladder that we need to climb up is something that is really going to help us throughout the election process. If you know how to crack this ladder, then you'll be able to go through the election questions very easily. Got it? Practice this question over and over again. Practice the questions which were asked in previous years, and do let me know if you have any other upcoming problem. All right. Thank you. All right. So we'll be starting off with the concept. Hey, who moved my slide? It used to be who moved my cheese, but who moved my slide? Okay. So the concept here I'm going to teach is concept number 27, and it talks about tax and commissions. Okay. Taxes and commissions. So what happens is the amount of tax that you have to pay is equal to the income tax percentage that is there multiplied by the net income. Okay. Or multiplied by the income that is there. And once the income tax is deducted, that is what you get as the in hand income. Okay, that is what you get as the in hand income. So it's nothing but simple a game of percentages, and once you'll start playing it, then you'll get to know how standardized and how easy it is. Moving on, a man's annual income has increased by 2 lakh rupees, but the income tax or the income that he has to pay or the income that he has to pay has reduced from 20% to 16%, from 20% to 16%, but he is paying the same tax as before. So what is his increased income? So I'm using the same concept which I taught you in the previous slide, and the income and the concept is that the man's income has increased by 2 lakhs and he has to pay some income tax. 20% is the old income tax and 16% is the new income tax. Okay, 16% is the new income tax. 20% was applied to the old income, which is X, and 16% is applied to the income that is X plus 2 lakhs. And according to the question, the income tax in terms of rupees is equal to the same. So I'm going to do the same. According to the question, 20% multiplied by X is equal to 16% multiplied by X plus 2. I'm considering it to be 2. I'll get a smaller value, or I'll get a different value, like a value which is a fraction of 2, because it's definitely or a bigger portion of 2. So you need not worry. Okay, it's going to be a very simple problem over here. 20% of X can be written as X upon 5. is equal to 16%. I'll write 16% straight away. Okay, 16% plus 16% of 2 lakhs, that is equal to 32,000 rupees. Yeah, 2 lakhs, 32,000 rupees. I shouldn't have changed this to 1.5. I can let it remain as 2. Okay, 16% of x, and this is 20% of x. So 16 minus this becomes 4% of x. That is equal to 32,000. Now let's make it to be 100%. Okay, multiply this by 25, multiply this as 25, multiply this by 25, you get 100%. Okay, multiply 32 by 25, multiplied by 4, divided by 4, 4 8s are, this is 800. This means 8 lakh rupees is the value of x. And what was my x? X was my assumed income, the assumed annual income before the increase. What was his increased income is the question. If the value of x is equal to 8 lakhs, so what would be the value of plus 2 lakhs increase in income? It would give you the value as 10 lakhs. Get it? Get it? Moving on. Now there is a concept of Venn diagram based questions. Only A percent, only B, both A and B, and no A and B. What happens here is, what particularly happens here is that there are students who are studying. Let's assume they like a subject. Just give me a moment. Excuse me. Yeah. So there are students in the same set of classroom. Sorry again. There are students in the same set in the same classroom, and what happens is that these students have to study together and they have to select a subject. Let's assume that some of them like science and some of them like English. There would be a category of students who like science as well as English, which would fall somewhere in the middle. And there would be a category of students who don't like any of the subjects and they just like to go out and play. So this means neither science nor English. So this constitutes the entire classroom. This entire thing, summation, should be equal to 100%. Okay. Okay. So if I need to find out of how many students are liking a subject, then I can say science plus English plus English, science plus English. Now the problem here is when I talk about science only, when I talk about science, I get this entire story played for me. Okay. And when I talk about English, I get this entire story played for me. Like this also comes into the picture. Now this is a common area. Now this is a common area. This particular common area has a lot of significance. And the significance is that the common area is being counted twice. The common area which is being counted twice is happening because science has a component which loves English and English has a component which loves science. So it is being counted twice. That is why if I only wish to know of how many students are interested in studying, be it science or be it English, then I have to subtract a component of common area. Common area or both. I have to subtract that component. So science plus English minus common would give me the total number of students who like studying. And when I also add the component of no science plus no English, or I say only the students who love to play, So this would give me the 100% of an entire classroom. Okay. So moving on and directly jumping to the question immediately. In an examination, 73% of the candidates passed the quant test, 70% passed the general awareness test, and 64% passed in both the subjects. If 6,300 students failed in both the subjects, find the total number of examinees, or how many students attempted the examination. Once I will draw the Venn diagram. Secondly, I will solve it immediately. This is the first Venn diagram. The left hand side likes the aptitude test, 80 is aptitude test, and the second one's like the GA or the general awareness test. Here there are 73% students who've passed, and here there are 70% students who've passed. And there is an outer area, like the students who don't like to study at all and wish to play. There is an outer area which is 6,300 students who failed, and there is a common area of 64% of students who passed in both of them. So it says if 6,300 is the number of examiners, these all are in percentages. Okay, if 6,300 is the total number of examinees, then what do I need to do? What do I need to find out is the total number of examinees. Okay, so I'll talk about the percentages here. It's 73% is aptitude plus 70% is GA minus 64% once, because there is a double counting which I need to remove. Okay, 64% minus from this would give me 79%. 79% of the students passed. Now, out of 100% of the total, out of a 100% of the total, there is a component that is missing over here. And the missing component over here is 21% in nature, 21% in percentage term, not in absolute terms. And luckily, we've been given the value of 21% over here. The 21% students who are failing is equal to 6,300. If the value of 21 is 63, that means 3 is being multiplied. So the value of 100 would also be a multiplication of 3, not 3, but rather 300. So 300 with another 2 zeros. This gives the total number of students who are the examinees or who are sitting to take the examination. There is a small English fault which I would like to help you with. The exams are not given. Exams are taken. Okay, do remember it. You will stand out in the crowd when you tell that I am not somebody who came here to give the exam. I am somebody who came here to take the exam. Okay, it's always you take the examination. So you've understood the concept of Venn diagrams. This is A, this is the small area B, and this is C, and there is an outer area D. A plus C minus B plus D is equal to full 100%. Okay, now move on. There is a branch tree approach which says that there might be 100% which is split into different portions. So it can be distributed using the branch tree approach, and this is very, very interesting. Once you see the questions, then you'll be able to understand, because there's not much to explain. I just say the word branch tree approach, and if I tell you some concepts about it, you won't be able to understand them unless you solve a few questions of it. Okay? It says Mr. Starr gave 30% of the money he had to Bruce. He also gave 30% of the remaining amount to each Natasha, Captain, and Vision. Half of the remaining amount he spent on miscellaneous items, and the remaining amount he spent on his amount of 14,000 he deposited in Marvel's fund. How much money did Mr. Stark initially have? So let's assume he had a pool of 100% money. Okay, he had a big pool of 100% money. Out of that, he gave 30% to Bruce Wayne. Okay? There's no other Wayne written, so I presume it is Bruce Wayne. I'll write Bruce over here. In the examination, it's okay. He's not talking about Bruce Wayne or somebody else, so it is okay for you to not write the name at all. Then, out of the 70% remaining, he is distributing 30% of the 70 to three people who are Natasha, Captain, and Vision. 30% of 70 means 21%, 21%, 21%. 21 times 3, which we've done in the previous question, that is 63. Now 70% minus 63. The 21% have gone here. Now only 7% remain. Okay. This is 21%, 21%, 21%. Now only the 7% remain. Now half of the remaining amount he spent on the miscellaneous items. The remaining amount is 7% and remaining is half of that would be 35.5% on MISC, miscellaneous items, and another 3.5% he is left with, which is given to be equal to 14,000 rupees, which he deposited in Marvel's account. He deposited 14,000 rupees in Marvel's account, which account to be 3.5% of the total amount. So how much money did he start off with in the beginning? So in the beginning, he started off with 100% of the money, which is equal to 7 5s are 35. 7, I'll just take one more zero up here because I removed the point from here. 7 5s are 35, 7 2s are 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5 1s are 5, and 5 20s are. So this comes down to be 20,000 into 4. This comes down to be 4 lakh rupees. Okay. So 4 lakh rupees was the amount of money that he started off with in the beginning. In the beginning, he started off with 4 lakh rupees. This is a branch tree approach of where you start splitting out things. It starts splitting out the branches in the first go itself. Okay. This is the first split. This is the second split. And this could have also turned into two different splits. But as the value was coming down to be same, 3.5 and 3.5, I did not think of splitting it in two different areas. I thought of splitting it in the same area. Splitting direction doesn't matter. You can split it in left, right, wherever you want to, but it should be as clear as crystal. Okay? It should be very, very crystal clear of where you're sending what. That is very important. Okay? Now moving on to the next question. Jay spends 50% of his monthly income on grocery and bills, 20% of his monthly income on buying the clothes, 5% of his monthly income on medicines, and the remaining amount of 12,500 he saves. What is the monthly income? Out of percentages, out of the entire concept of percentages, you would find one value which relates to a different unit. When I talk about the units of percentage, the units of percentage are nothing but a percentage sign. But when I talk about the unit of money which needs to come out, like the answer which needs to come out, see, look at the answer which needs to come out. So it has to be in terms of some currency, okay, so that you can reach absolute values. So a currency should definitely be involved. If a currency is not involved, you will see that the answer is incorrect, okay, or you can even call out the question to be wrong. So please focus on this. Jay spends 50% of his monthly income on grocery and bills, 20% of his monthly income on buying clothes, 5% of his monthly income on medicines. So it is not talking about the remaining concept. See how beautiful it is. See how beautiful it is. It is not talking about the remaining concept. It is talking straight away. Okay. 50% on monthly bills and 20% on his monthly income on clothes and 5% on medicines. So he's already spending 75% of his income. What is left is 25%. The value of 25% is equal to 12,500. So what is his monthly income? That is 100%. So 25 times 1s are 25 times 4s are 4 into 12,500 is equal to 50,000 rupees. And this is the answer I was looking for. The main point of solving this question was there is no concept of remaining. There is no concept of remaining. Okay. So this is I'm sitting at concept number 30 now. And the 30 says it is an allegation based or an income or expenditure based concept. Okay. So what happens over here is this is a very long drawn method, which is here. So what you have to do is you have to assume income to be 100 or 1000. 1000 in the cases which seem to be complex. Complex means very, what should I say, very complicated percentages are given. 19.75, 18.5. So the complicated percentages come out to be easily solvable in if you assume the income to be 1000 and income can be standardized and assumed to be 100 in simpler questions. Okay. For the ones who understand allegation pretty well, so this is the allegation based concept, but I will help you solve it without even allegation. Okay, just see it once. If Lucky spends 85% of his income, Lucky spends 85% of his income. If his expenditure has increased by some percentage and saving has increased by 60% and the income is increased by 26%, then what is the value of X? The percentage signs that we have over here are not at all complex. So we're going to use 100x. Okay, 100 itself. 100 is the income he spends. Okay, this is the expenditure, this is the income, this is exp, this is income, and this is savings. Okay, he was already doing 85 is to 15. If the expenditure is increasing by some percentage, his saving is increasing by 60%. 60% means 9 extra. 9 extra means 24 it has become. And his income is increased by 120 by 26%. This comes out to be 126. So the difference is 102. Just look at it. The difference is 17. The base is 85. 85 means this is the old income and this is the new income. Okay, this is the new and this is the old. So 17 upon 85 multiplied by 100 would give you 20%. Okay, it would give you 20%. So be focused, stay sharp. These questions are easily doable. Do not get fixated on solving questions with the help of allegation all the time. Okay, moving on. This question also might seem to be a very big and bold question of allegation. But see what I'm talking about over here is there are there's an alloy. An alloy is basically something, it's a form of a metal which is formed by using different components or different elements. Okay, alloy is based on elements. When an alloy is created, it has well defined proportions of different elements in it. It is not based on a pure element. Okay, alloy means, and the reason for creation of alloys is that it creates a new product which has very good properties. Okay, it has better properties than it has better properties than its original sources. Like if I introduce nickel and silver and copper and tin, then this is how they create an alloy. Some alloys are like brass, aluminium. I'll give you a very thorough and detailed list of how things go on from here. Okay. An alloy contains 40% silver, 40% silver, 30% copper, and 30% nickel. Okay. How much silver should be added to 25 kgs of this entire alloy so that the new alloy contains 50% of silver? Okay. If I talk about 25 kg of the alloy and split it into three portions of 40, 30, and 30, of 40, 30, and 30. 25 kg, 40% is equal to 10 kg. Now, 30% of this is 7.5 kg and 30% of this is 7.5 kg. Now, I need to have the total of these two quantities is 15 kgs. The total of these two quantities is 15 kgs. So copper and nickel together make 15 kgs. If I need to add pure silver into the equation, I need to match it with the total value of copper and nickel in it. Okay. So I need to match it with the total value of copper and nickel in it. So when silver, there is some amount of silver which needs to be added, and it needs to be matched with the quantity of copper and nickel with it. So I have 10 kg silver plus X should be equal to 15 kg of copper plus nickel. Okay, copper plus nickel. So this 10 kg would be subtracted from 15 kgs. The X would come out to be 5 kgs. So 5 kg of silver can be added to the alloy directly. 5 kgs of pure silver, mind you, my friends. 5 kg of pure silver needs to be added to the entire 25 kg of the alloy to make it in a 50-50 ratio. Okay, 50% of silver and 50% of rest everything. Thank you. And moving on. A grocer mixes two varieties. I mean, mixes. It's not mixes. It's mixes two varieties of tea, costing 300 and 160. In such a ratio that by selling the ratio at the rate of 187, there is a profit of 10%. Now let me bring it down to a very clear point. If in 187 rupees there is a 10% profit, then it is hiding a value of 110 in it, and I need to bring it to the standard point or to the original point. Just give me a second. I dropped my pen. Yeah. So I need to bring it to justice, and I need to bring it to a point where I can get the original value without any profit involved. So I'm going to cancel these two. 11 ones are 11, 11 ones are 11, 11 sevens 77. So 170 rupees is the cost of the mixture when it is done between 300 rupees and 160 rupees. So I will keep 170 rupees in the center, and I would keep 300 rupees thing on the left and 160 rupees on the right. And then I would apply the allegation. So 300 and 170 when the difference is 130, and 170 and 160 the difference is 10. So the answer is 1 is to 13. So this is the in what respective ratio does the grocery seller mix the two varieties of tea? This is the expensive or the premium variety of tea, and this is the cheaper variety of tea. And this is how I can reach this conclusion. Okay. Moving on a certain date, and trust me, this is the most beautiful question I've ever seen. SSC asked this question very recently, and this is one of the most beautiful questions I've ever seen. On a certain date, Pakistan has a success rate of 60% against India. Okay. Pakistan has a success rate of 60% against India in all the ODIs played between them, between the two countries. Pakistan lost the next 30 ODIs in a row to India, and their success rate dropped to 30%. What is the total number of ODIs played between the two countries? Okay. In this kind of question, I'm going to start off with an assumption. The assumption is that the total number of matches played initially were 10x. Okay. And according to 10x, the winning tendency of Pakistan and India, the winning tendency or the matches which were already won by Pakistan were 6x, and the matches already won by India were 4x. 6x and 4x. Now there were 30 matches more which came out, and this dropped their success rate by 30% and 70%. Okay, this dropped their success rate to 30%, and the chances of India to win became 70%. So you need to find out the total number of matches which were played. So I'm going to equate the successes of India into one particular form. The total number of matches which were played were 10x plus 30, and the number of matches in which India won was out of 70% was this 4x plus 30. This is the India wins. But when I talk about the percentage of India winning, the percentage of India winning at the end came out as 70%. Came out as 70%. So this is how the equation turns out to be, that I am equating India's success with the loss of Pakistan, and the number of matches should be equal. Okay. So now see what I'm gonna do. 70% of 10x is 7x plus 70% of 30 is 21 is equal to 4x plus 30. This is gonna come here. So 3x is equal to 9, and the value of x is equal to 3. The value of x is equal to 3. Now the question comes out is, how many matches were played between the country? I assume that 10x matches were played in the starting. So 10x is equal to 30. And another 30 matches were played in which India became victorious. So the total number of matches being played were 16 in number. Were 16 number. Okay, I'll explain the question one more time because there might be people who don't understand it well. When this is the first theory. Okay, this was the percentage of winning. Out of the 10x matches which were played, Pak had already won 6x and India had already won 4x. That is what determined that 60% Pak winning theory. Then another next 30 matches went on where only India won, or all the matches were won only by India, which came down to the conclusion. This is the second theory. Which is the second theory? The second theory says that Pakistan would now be winning 30% of the entire matches and India would be winning 70% of the entire matches. When asked by me, what is the value of 70% of the entire matches? So 10x plus 30 is the total number of matches. Okay, what is 70%? This is 70% is success percentage of India. What is 4x plus 30? What is 4x plus 30? 4x plus 30 is the absolute wins done by India. Okay, 4x plus 30 are the absolute wins which were done by India. When you equate these two lines, that is when you get the solution as x is equal to 3, and that can be entered over here, which gives you the total matches. Okay, this gives you the total matches. I hope you've understood it pretty well. Moving on to the last question. Okay, just 5 more minutes. Here again, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna use hide and seek method. Okay, we're gonna use the hide and seek method. The population of a city was 18,000. If the next year the population male increased by 5% and that of the female increased by 7%, and the total population increased to 19,200, in what was the ratio of males and females in the given year? Okay, so I am starting off with 18,000. and I am assuming that there are only females. So, no. I'll assume that there are only males. The reason is pretty simple, that it is more difficult to multiply 7% with 18,000. So I'm going to use 5% instead. So if there are only males in the picture, 5%. So that would bring an increase of 900 only. How am I so sure about 900? Because when I talk about 18,000 and I consider only males, there is a 5% increase. And the 5% increase is 18,000 multiplied by 5, which is equal to 900. Okay? 900. 900 only. But the actual increase is equal to, but the actual increase is equal to 19,200. 19,200 minus 18,000, which is equal to 1200. So there is a gap between 900 and 1200, and the gap was merely created by the fallacy which we followed, that only male people are increasing, only male are increasing. So 900 minus 1200 or 1200 minus 900 gives us 300. And the reason behind it is the difference of the percentages. The percentages here are 5% and 7%. That is equal to 2%. 2% divided by 300 would give me 15,000, would give me 15,000, right? Uh, yeah, the difference is 3. The difference is this. This would give me 15,000. And 15,000 is the number of females. See, as we've reached a point where we know for sure that there are 1,500 females, 15,000 females, we also know for sure that there are 3,000 males, because the total population is 18,000. The total population is 18,000. That is how we got to know that the number of males and number of females are what. So as we have this number available, the question asked is 3,000 versus 15,000. The 3 and the 3 go away. 3 is to 15 is 1 is to 5, and 1 is to 5 is the answer over here. Okay. This is where we end. This is where we end percentages. And if there's any doubt, please drop your comments. We'll be happy. We'll be happy to solve that. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Have a great time. Revise all the questions twice. That is only when we'll be able to attempt them in the examination without any problems. Okay. All the best.